go. Let me check here. Stream Deck is sort of working, but there's a couple things on it that weren't. So I'm not going to worry so much about those. For those that are out there patiently waiting as I bounced in and out, I apologize. Trying to clear up some issues with my Stream Deck. No worries. Oh. Yeah, no big deal. We'll be going. Technically, I'll be starting here in just a sec. No, it's let's see who's all on here. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Spartan's here. Yep, he's here. All right. All right. All right, gentlemen, here we go. As we're streaming live and it's a cluster to start already. So, woo! Hey, everybody, welcome to this week's episode of Perrenland Adventures. I am Sean, your host, bringing you together with the finest that the interwebs has to offer, at least in the terms of players. If you came to see good DMing, you are in the wrong place. We are nothing but a shit show, and we will continue to be a shit show because that's just how we roll here. Everybody out there in Twitch land, we appreciate you guys that showed up a little early. If you saw us bounce in and out, it's because I was having issues with my Stream Deck. It'll let me transition back and forth to different scenes, but a couple of the keys weren't working, and when I clicked one, it literally froze my Stream Deck and wouldn't let me do anything. So there we were. So I went and rebooted again just to make sure that everything wouldn't be a complete cluster for the entire show. So I want to welcome everybody from our little hiatus. Of course, this is our bi-weekly stream. If you were here, you know we didn't do anything on Monday because it was Valentine's Day, and I would have got shot had I gamed on Valentine's Day. But we'll be back next Monday for those that follow our 1E game. So let's talk a little bit about what we're going to be doing tonight. Well, first of all, for those of you that know, we allow you to buy natural ones and natural 20s for our players. You just have to go click your little token thingy, trade in some tokens, and you can then let us know, is it a nat 1 or a nat 20? And by spending those tokens on a player, you just need to let us know who that player is, or if you want to give the role to the DM, that's totally cool. I am all about getting natural 20s out the wazoo. Still looking for our first TPK. Killed some characters, but never had a TPK, particularly in 5e. As they get up in levels, it gets a little harder. So the DM is begging for nat 20s. So, and I'm not too proud, right? So yeah, throw us nat 1s, nat 20s. And if you aren't familiar, the players are then can swap out those roles anytime during the game. So if something bad or good happens and they need to re-roll something, i.e. they get hit with a critical hit, they can say, hey, I got a nat 1, and the DM now no longer gets a critical hit, he gets a crit fumble. So yeah, so you can do that. But if you noticed, for those that have been following our stream while, I bumped the cost up a little bit because we have another thing that we're trying to do, and that is for 10,000 coins, you, the people out in Twitchville, can actually roll the dice for a player. And so if you trade in 10,000 tokens, you just tell me what player, and the next roll that player has to make, you can actually roll it from chat. Now, that being said, it was working flawlessly the other day, and it was working not at all when I was just testing it a little bit ago. Well, it kind of worked. But be that as it may, we're gonna try to get it to work. I believe anybody, if they want, can hit exclamation point roll and then do a dice roll, like exclamation point roll 1d20, and it will roll for you, right? So if Agameron Agameron rolls a 1d20, and you can see that will roll. However, the little script thingies that I had working would actually roll the dice out on our VTT, and apparently that is not working. So we may have to do some manual stuff here, but we will get it to work, and eventually we'll get this thing debugged and worked out, right? So I'm not going to worry too much about it tonight, but if you do want to roll for a player, all you have to do is trade those 10,000 coins in. Let us know who the player is. It cannot be for the party. It has to be for a specific player, because the rule is the very next roll that player has to make, whatever it may be, an attack roll, a saving throw, a ability check, whatever, you, the person out in the chat who asked for it, will do the roll for that player. So players, I apologize if you get a nat one coming from the stream, but it's just... Yes. Yeah, exactly. It's not going to be, don't do it. Oh, I'm going to do it right now, right? So give us a heads up. And that's always the case, right? So if you do a nat 1 or a nat 20, they have to have it ahead of time, right? You can't just do it immediately and then give it to them like, oh, crap, they got hit with a critical, I'm going to give them a nat 1. Now, it doesn't work that way. They have to have it ahead of time. And to our players' points, yeah, we would definitely appreciate at least a little bit of heads up. So that being said, we're going to see how this goes. I was kind of disappointed that it wasn't working as expected. So some things that I've had, like for example, I can actually now post to Twitch. So players, if you put /T out in the chat, in the one of the chat box, /T, and then type a message, it will send the message from Foundry down to the Twitch stream. Right, so I can go, hello, everybody, and now I'm typing this out in our Forge, and boom, you'll see it comes across as Paviskrono says, hello, everybody, so it'll actually come across as your character. So anyway, just it's a new module that I'm kind of testing out, and we'll see how it works. If it doesn't work, we can still do the exclamation point roll thing, but I like the new script that I had, because it actually supposed to, it was throwing the dice out in the chat, right? So even though it was rolling it in the stream chat, it was actually rolling dice out in Foundry. And as you can see, Agameron already knows, he was out when I was doing some original play testing. Emotes will actually come across from Twitch to the Foundry chat. Words don't, but the emotes do. So I've yet to get a response from the guys that make this module to find out, what am I doing wrong or what's up or whatever. It could be just a versioning thing. I don't know, but hopefully we'll get it fixed. So anyway, with that said, let's talk a little bit about what the players did in the past. So our players having, as you all well know, our players managed to destroy the Sturgeon Blood Totem, but in doing so released whatever it was beneath the mountains that the Sturgeon Blood's creator, a dark elf by the name of Orlok Sturgeon Blood, apparently he told the party that the totem had actually imprisoned and kept in stasis hideous fiends and monsters beneath the mountains, and if they destroyed the totem, those creatures would be released. And they did meet some of those creatures to the form of dark elves and some beholder-like creatures, etc., but they managed to escape and make their way back to Christchurch. And no sooner were they back in Christchurch than young Mina, a gnome girl who is sort of become the party mascot when they are in town, went missing for a second time. The first time they found her trying to do her flying machine, and she got stuck up in trees with some giant spiders. This time she went exploring what are known as the Caves of Silence. And within the Caves of Silence, the party once again battled spiders. They also battled other creatures known as dark mantles, hideous fiend-like creatures but almost none were as bad as the phase spider that they managed to overcome at long last after a protracted battle beneath the caves, deep in the nest of the webs of the phase spider and its host of other spider creatures that were trying to feast upon the party. They managed to destroy them all, and they found young Mina and her dwarven companion, the Lord Ironboot's son, and brought them back to Christchurch safely. While they were there, the party happened upon a spirit of some kind. At first, they thought it was somebody who perhaps was an old miner or a townsperson related to the miners, because the Caves of Silence were actually an old mine that had just dried up, or something befell the workers of the mine. And the party found a signet ring that had a family crest and a G symbol on the face of it, and so they now have that signet ring. And I believe had been discussing that when they went back to Traff to make the report on the totem, they also were going to try to find out what is going on with this signet ring, because the spirit apparently wanted them to return that ring to his family or whatever. And so I now believe Nilo is the caretaker of that ring. And if I remember correctly, when last we spoke, you guys were planning to head back to Traft. So today is the 17th day of readying, common year 586. And here we go with episode 20 of Perrenland Adventures. I hope you stick around for the whole show. And we made it back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. As I said before, I am Sean, your host, and this is episode 20 of Perrenland Adventures. Glad you guys could be with us. Glad all my players just about could be with us. Unfortunately, Praviskro is not going to be here tonight due to work, and Tarikas is going to be here, but he had to get his hair cut. And if you see his locks on his head, there's a lot of hair to cut off there. So he said it took a little bit longer than anticipated, but he should be here, hopefully. I tried to be as long-winded as I can at the intro in order to give him a little time to show up, but he said about 15 minutes late, so he's right about the time he should be coming back. So, but be that as it may, we have the important folks here. We have, starting on my left, Ragnar. How you doing, man? Spartan, how was the week, or how was the last 2 weeks off? How was your Valentine's Day? Things go okay for you? Yeah. you know, yeah, right. Yeah, I can honestly say that this is the first time in a really, really long time my wife and I didn't go and just splurge on some nice restaurant. Like last year, I took her to Capitol Grill. For those that know, that's the flagship restaurant of the Darden restaurant series, like Olive Garden and all. The Capitol Grill is the place where the Darden corporate executives bring their sales folks bring business folks there, right? If they want to entertain them. So it's one of those type of places, right? So every year I try to find some place interesting, new, different that we've never been. And so there's a lot here in Orlando area. So yeah, but this was the first year we didn't. I think we went to, oh my God, was it Arby's or McDonald's? One of the two. I don't even remember. We just went and got some fast food, brought it back to the house, and my wife's favorite, if she had a choice, Arby's would be the go-to meal for her. So she's an Arby's fan. So me, I like Arby's too, but I like their sandwiches more than just their roast beef and stuff. So anyway, Desmond, man, how about you? How you doing, dude? Nice. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Nice. So I'm going to make a quick change here. I apologize for folks that are watching. Let me see. I'm going to my VTT. And here we go. Yeah, I'm going to have to do it over here somewhere. Oh, there it is. I have to modify our VTT because we were actually, I was out on the stream. I was trying to show some stuff on the stream, and I forgot to redo my map. So we're just going to do that and move it back over. And now let me open these up just so I can make sure that they don't, yep, we don't want them caught in there either. Let's see. Yeah, I think this will do. So now I just got to center it. Yeah, I actually, when I was playing with it, I kind of opened it up a little bit, and so I can, now let's just put it back in game. There we go. I just didn't want the chat and stuff that shows up on our Foundry view to show up on in the stream because they don't need to see all that stuff. So anyway, last but not least, Corvus, man, how you been, brother? You're at a con now. Where at? Okay, you go there all the time, dude. It's like, why don't you just move to why don't you just move to Texas, man? Uh-oh. All right, hang on just a second. If we need to, all right, hang on a second, players. All right, so hang on just a second, guys. Our stream is not hearing any of the players. Oh, why did this happen? All right, let's try that again. Players, one of my players talk for me. All right, so my audio is, pull the lever. Yeah, something is amiss here. So let us take a look. Monitor and output, monitor audio output's good. I didn't change anything for this. Oh, that's why. I was like, what happened? Oh, that's right. I just moved it. So I'm looking and it's showing me that the audio capture should be happening, but it's not. So let's look at properties, device. Let's try this. Now let's try. Somebody want to give me a talk?
Yo, what's up? How's it
hello.
going?
There they are. There they are. Thank you for mentioning that, Agamaran. I am not out on the stream, so I could not hear. So apparently, when I was mucking around with stuff, so I played with my webcam for the view. I played with my microphone and stuff, and apparently one of the settings that I did, it reset the audio output to default, and it wasn't doing anything. I had to set it specifically to whatever the output should be. So we're going to go back through, and we're just going to say Ragnar was lonely, Desmond and his wife had a decent one, and Corvus is not at his computer. He's at a con in Texas again, where he spends a lot of his time out there. So yeah, so that's
It's
how
a
we
great place.
Yeah, man, Texas is a good place. All right, so the last thing that I want to do is
It's your cow.
last thing I want to do is
Har,
I'm
har.
gonna make this dark mode for our chat because I dig the dark mode. And let's
There you go.
talk.
There's a
Let's
cow.
talk. Yeah, let's talk a little bit about where we are now. As I explained in the intro, you guys have just obviously come back from rescuing Mina, once again being heralded as the heroes of Christchurch for saving young Mina, not just once, but now not just twice, but this is the third time that you guys have managed to save her. The first time was really just keeping her from taking her contraption and trying to put out the barn fire early on in the campaign when the barn, you guys were trapped inside the barn and Mina came there with her little water thing, like a water cannon thing she made, and was trying to spit out water onto it. That wasn't helping any, but still, you guys saved her from potential damage, but then thereafter you saved her from the spiders in her flying contraption, and now you've saved her from the spiders as she went delving down into the caves of silence. So you guys now sit within the gorgeous dwarf in your home village of Christchurch, which has become your home. It's not technically your home, but it is fast becoming your home. As you guys all stretch out before the fire, it is chilly outside. It's not as cold as it's been recently. The temperature today has been ranging anywhere from low teens to like low 40s, so there's a rather large spread of temperature for the day, with a light breeze blowing and causing little dust ups here, just enough to cause the trees outside to sway and give the chilly day a little bit of a bite. But you currently sit in the early morning of the 17th day of of readying, as you sit about the fire. Hey, Monkey is here. He's raiding us from his channel. Appreciate that, dude. Every raid counts. Every raid counts, man. Appreciate it. So anyway, you guys now sit about the fire. Your new companion, Tarikas, arrives from whatever he was doing to join you at the table. However, there is a slight sting of a loss as Figley, your dwarven companion who you met when you were first assaulting the...
I'm sorry? You said dwarven companion?
Did I say dwarf? I
Figley
apologize.
gnome,
The
yeah.
gnome companion. I apologize. I don't know where
You got a
dwarf came
lot
from.
bigger if that
He's
was the
short.
case.
He's short. He's short, so he could be a dwarf.
I'm
Maybe he's just
short.
pretending. Maybe he is just pretending to be a gnome, and he's really a dwarf with a hat of disguise. Who knows? Bottom
Doesn't
line
have
is...
a beard.
Three
bottom
kobolds in a
line
trench
is...
coat.
Bottom line, yeah, exactly. You want much? As
What you
Figley
buying?
has unfortunately been called back to his guild to answer for why he went self-exploring into Dagavok, and so he has left you guys and preceded you by a day, heading back to the city of Traft. But as I said, you guys have gathered about the fire now, sort of taking in what has transpired here in the past few days, having destroyed the Sturgeon Blood Totem, having saved young Mina from the depths of the caves of silence. You now sit with this little silver signet ring that you're gazing upon, Nilo, wondering just how you can get this ring back to its appropriate family or owner or whomever it may have belonged to in the past. But it's a simple silver signet ring with some sort of a family crest upon it with the letter G. Probably a proper name a family name, initial, or something along those lines is your first take on what this ring could possibly be.
Well, Desmond, what does it look like? As he hands it over to him.
I take a look at it.
So the ring itself, as I said, it's just a very simple silver signet ring. It has a family crest that looks like some kind of a tree or maybe bushes or branches or something in the background, with the letter G embossed over the top of it.
Gondor? I don't know.
Yeah.
One, I've never heard of that place before.
It's not all
would
that
be appropriate
impressive.
for this?
What'd you say,
It's
Nilo?
not,
What skill check would be appropriate for identifying this signet
I
ring?
would say it was appropriately be a history check.
Can you go and roll that for me real quick?
Sure.
so Gondor ain't all that impressive. Their bait Tolkien will tear you up if you mention too much about them. Anyway, I'll pass the ring on.
So Nilo takes the ring back from Desmond and sort of looks at it. It's not familiar to you. However, Nilo, you do know that you're heading back to Traft anyway, and the Bibliothek von Traft, which is basically in short that's in the Perrenlander Old Tongue, they call it the Bibliothek von Traft, but it's really the Traft Library. The Library of Traft keeps excellent records of this particular region of the country, not so much the whole country like the Western Ed, but like from the middle of the country to the east and north to south, all on this half of Perrenland. Traft has the second largest aggregation of books and research materials. It's only second to Schwarzenbrunn, which is the capital city of Perrenland to the west. So heading back to Traft anyway, it would make sense that once you have concluded your business with the Guild of Magi and Corvin, the headmaster there,
All right.
you
Chat.
could do some research in town.
I don't make myself. No, I didn't. Okay. Question here, chat. How do I mute mobile Twitch?
Mute mobile Twitch.
Yeah, he's probably getting a lot of like.
I'm getting the complete feedback from the time delay, and it's really annoying me. But I'm trying to find a way to mute Twitch on mobile, and I'm not finding it.
Yeah, I don't do mobile, so anybody out there do mobile can help Corvus out to figure out how do we do. I thought you could just like click on it like a video, and usually in the bottom left there's the little
Yeah, but they don't have it. When I click it to bring it up, I have the chat box. I have an option to rotate, settings, share stuff, theater mode. But settings doesn't actually give me the option to mute Twitch. It gives me an option to mute everything else. It's like Facebook and Messenger, how you're allowed to mute everything else but it. So I'm gonna go ahead and take a look at the signet ring, look it over, and I'm gonna mention. By the way, I believe we can probably get more information on this in the library up in Traft. I'm not really too familiar with this particular crest myself.
Hey, so really quick, if you open up the mobile and you click and you just tap the video part in the upper right hand side, it's got the gear wheel for settings.
Yeah.
And if you hit it, just go audio only or chat only.
Chat only. Okay. Oh, okay. Does that work?
I don't know how that works. I don't know if that works or not for you.
No, it completely cuts out the video too.
Okay, so try doing, I don't know if you do audio only or chat only, because like I said, I'm not 100% sure. I'm going to go back here and I'm going to go to chat. Oh, do chat only, sorry. Well, that's weird.
Yep, no, I if I choose one of those two, it immediately blacks out the video.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Like I can have the audio only and it not show the video.
Yeah.
I can't change it to
Yeah.
video only.
Yeah.
Thanks for the help, guys.
Yeah, I wish I could help you out, but I don't know, because I am Twitch illiterate when it comes to mobile shit. But anybody out there that's listening that kind of comes in, hopefully you guys will be able to help us out a little bit. But unfortunately,
I can just go with the double sound for now. Actually,
yeah, dude,
can I mute?
Sorry.
Ooh, I wonder if I can.
Why don't you just mute us in chat? You'll get a delay from us, right? So I'll have to get a delay from you coming
I've
back,
tried that
but
before. It is annoying as hell.
yeah, I've always felt it's really annoying too. So.
And I just volume.
Anyway, while we are waiting, you guys, as I said, you know that you're headed back to Traft, and you have to see the Guild of Magi to sort of discuss what happened with the Sturgeon Blood Totem. However, as a secondary sort of reason for going back to Traft, they do have the second largest library, second only to Schwartz and Bruin. So if you wish to do research on the family crest, perhaps you could find information there if you were to go. So
yeah, that's what I'm delivered. There is one more thing though. Last session, we were I kind of stole the show there and went off to go find Mina's dad or grandfather.
Yes.
But Ragnar wanted to get to know Tyrekus more, or Tyrekus more.
Who?
Right.
Oh.
He
That guy.
wanted to ask a couple questions and exchange information and get for the characters get to know one another a little bit more. I kind of stole the show unintentionally. It was my bad, so I like to give them the option to do that.
Totally fine. So as you guys sit at the table, you see this new fellow who has joined you, Tyrekus. Why did my tavern music not continue over? It's crazy. Tyrekus, this is your opportunity now to sort of give the group at large and the world at large sort of a rundown of what they would see when they're gazing upon the impressive form of Tyrekus, the follower of Cuthbert, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
As you gaze upon Tyrekus, you notice the size of his chest, bulging muscles. He just looks like a regular dude. He's a cleric of St. Cuthbert. He seems like he's a very humbled guy, a young guy. You're confused why his hair is gray, but it's not really gray. It's coloration from a pigment problem he has with his hair. So he's not. It doesn't mean that he's an old guy. He's in his. Let me see. I think he's in his 20s or 30s. I want to say 20s. But he seems a pretty humbled guy. You notice he's very cautious, but very easygoing. His appearance, he supports a crossbow, a mace that you can see. He wears a scale mail. He uses a shield. And you notice on his shield, you notice that he has a symbol engraved of St. Cuthbert. So it's not huge like a heraldry or anything like that, but it's just a small marking on the shield. And because it's a round shield, it's not. I can't say it's on the top right because it's how you turn it, I guess. So, but it is a small little area on the shield. So, he also. I don't know if you've seen. I think I have a. He's got a. Yeah, he's about 30 years old. He's about 210 pounds. He's 5'11". Black eyes, He has let's see what it says here. He is part of the clan Westbeer. Tarik's father is a higher order cleric named Tace. His elder brother is Zadkill. That's Tace's elder brother is Zadkill. The righteous of a different campaign. The whole family, he's just, I don't know if this is character knowledge, but this is kind of his backstory kind of stuff for people knowledge and audience knowledge. The whole family line was fallen under the influence and has fallen under the influence and service of Saint Cuthbert. Teresa's older brother is a man of the cloth as well, and his name is Thurn. So everyone in his family is under the influence of Saint Cuthbert in his family line. So
now the audience knows more about Tariq than Nilo.
Exactly.
And she's an original.
Exactly.
And he has a tattoo of a heart and a unicorn on his left butt cheek.
I don't know what situation I found out, but you've been deep in your cups apparently tonight.
So, as I said, it is the morning after you guys have retrieved young Mina, as you've finishing your breakfast, talking amongst yourselves, trying to figure out about this ring. It is on you now. Where do we wish to go now? As I have said repeatedly, this is your world. Where to next, fellers?
Let's immediately go to that lake north of us so we can mess with the GM. No.
Totally fine by me.
I say we
should go
and deal with the wizards.
We should go order a flying machine for Mina and go visit Greyhawk.
Yes.
I don't want
It's
a
a vacation.
here for
No. We go for a vacation. Like, you know,
There's no beach
2
episode
3
today.
days
It might
and then
be the
fly
week of
back.
Valentine's Day, but there's no beach episode.
All right. There's no cutscene here, fellers. We're heading back to. So we're headed to Traft, or is there other plans that you guys had
Traft.
wanted?
Yeah, hopefully we can get out of here before Mina causes another problem.
To... You've just met her, and already you know.
I'm waiting for the queen spider to pop out at this point.
Yeah, that was actually kind of cool. So, all right. So let us do this. As you guys are now in Christchurch, centered all around the town. So as I said, the day itself is chilly. It's not excessively cold, but it is chilly. It's probably in the low to mid 30s. The sun has been up for perhaps an hour now. Now, getting to Traft on horseback, it will take you roughly a day. Probably a little more than that. So this is, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Each one of these is, yeah, it's about 30 miles to Traft. So it's slightly over a day if you were traveling on horseback, which has been the standard. But if I recall correctly, you guys don't have your mounts now because you were teleported from Traft out to the mountains, and then you made your way back down out of the mountains back to Christchurch. So your mounts and steeds are still in Traft, and so if you desire, you can wait another day. Actually, to be a total of 3 days, because tomorrow the wagon train arrives from Traft, and then 2 days later the wagon train leaves Christchurch to head back to Traft. So it's a once a week they show up and then go back, or you guys can just start hoofing it, and 2 days from now you can get to Traft on foot. So it's totally up to you guys what you want to do.
I think it's the wiser decision just to walk it, just because we also probably have to pay for them holding our animals. Now that I think about it.
Yep.
Is there anyone in this town that like breeds hunting dogs?
Breeds hunting dog? Well, there is a. They don't. Not that you know, Desmond. Being relatively new to the town, you don't know everybody, and even Paviskro and Nilo, who have been here for quite some time, really don't know everybody in town. Although they know a greater majority of the folks. There is a young boy by the name of Victor who lives just on the outskirt edges of Christchurch. And let me go ahead and bring up the Christchurch map. So right here, when I'm clicking on the map, this is the Hunter's Lodge. There is a young boy by the name of Victor who's the party first met when they got here. Victor's father was the local woodsman, sort of the scout, the guide, if you will, for new people in town that needed to go out in the woods for whatever reason. And so he is now the local hunter since his father was lost hunting werewolves last couple years ago, about a little over a year ago. That's sort of where the whole thing kind of got started and whatnot. And so anyway, he is now the town woodsman. He does have a couple of dogs, but whether or not he breeds hunting dogs, you do not know.
Then I will go pay him a visit while we're waiting for that caravan to come.
So the caravan's coming tomorrow.
Okay, then I will.
I just want to be clear because Ragnar's saying he wants to head off now and walk to Traft, which is a 2-day walk.
Because the caravan's not leaving right away once they get here. They're spending 3 days here to restock.
2 days.
Two?
Yeah, they arrive tomorrow, and 2 days later they head back.
Okay.
So that's why
Then
he
we
just
can go
wanted to
and-
walk. So
I'm sure I can find what I'm looking for in Traft also. So let's go ahead and go.
absolutely, yeah, it's definitely a large. Okay, so you guys begin to get on the road of leaving this fair town. By the way, Nilo, your house is continuing to be built. As a reminder, it'll be another 2 months before it is completed. But as I said, you guys trudge out onto the hard-packed snow road, leaving Christchurch as you head north and out of the hills and down into the valleys toward Traft. The weather kind of holds for the first day as you guys make your way out of the hills. By the end of the first day, you have managed to reach what you call the lowlands. Behind you are the rocky hills, and even further from that is where the beginnings of the mountains. You arrive at the village area. One of your first missions after you slayed the werewolf Nilo was coming down here to visit a lady who Bertrand Stonebrow sort of has a thing for. She's a maid, she's an elderly lady, she's more of a midwife type, and you guys fought the Manticore on her doorstep. That area where she lives is a farming community. It's not a set of close-knit buildings such as a town or a village, but there are several farms dotting the landscape. And atop the hill you can see the windmill where the midwife lives. And again, you can see the dotted community of farmlands. As the sun begins to set, I would like one of you, don't care who, I would like one of you to roll a survival check for me.
Looks at Desmond.
Yeah, as Desmond gets a 23. Desmond, as you look about and you see the weather is beginning to get chill, But what's more disconcerting to you is the darkened clouds that are rolling in from the north, bringing with it, you are sure, some sort of a precipitation, either in the form of a blizzard, or if it warms up enough, maybe a sleet. But be that as it may, staying out in the middle of nowhere and making camp is probably going to be no bueno. And so you're going to have to find some place to make a camp in a sheltered area, or perhaps one of these farms would provide you refuge.
I just want to mention that when we stop, I am going to make a weather rock so I can tell the weather for the rest of the people.
Okay, gotcha. You now have a weather rock. The rock is wet. Yep, it's going to rain. The rock is dry.
Love weather rocks.
I don't know what those are, and I'm going to find a shelter without
Oh,
imposing on a
Okay,
farmer.
go ahead and give me another survival check with advantage, since you guys have been in and out of this area frequently. You're familiar with the various places and location.
Okay.
First one would have mattered. Wouldn't have mattered if you rolled it again anyway. So this is definitely enough. So easily, as you look around, you find a group of trees that are so thickly knotted together, growing close together, that their branches up high have knotted and formed almost a canopy, and it's relatively dry underneath. There's still snow and it's still a little bit moist and damp, but you're able to easily make an encampment out of this area. And so, making camp, you watch as the clouds begin to roll in, as we shift over to the 18th day. I would now like to know who is keeping watch, and what order are we keeping our watch?
I'll stay up at night. So that's like third shift.
Okay. So who's taking first watch?
I'll take first watch.
And I'll take second.
Yeah, the cleric should take the last watch to make sure they're well rested.
Yeah, and Paviskro and Tarikas will both, so you take a total of 4 watch. So it's going to be Ragnar. I'm sorry, it's going to be Nilo, then Desmond, then Ragnar, and then Tarikas.
Yep.
So first watch, if I could please get a perception check from Nilo.
I can't roll, remember?
Oh, yeah. I knew that. Stop. And here it comes. Yes, as you rolled a 5. As Nilo's watch goes swimmingly as far as she is concerned, seeing nothing out of the ordinary. Next up, as you wake up your relief, Desmond, you awake to the sound of the breeze picking up slight sound of thunder or similar noises coming from the clouds that are rolling in,
Desmond, your turn.
sort of confirming your initial weather prognostication. As
Perception?
yeah, perception, please. And
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're totally okay. I just interrupt away. I'll keep talking until I stop. So, you roll you see a flash of sort of lightning in the sky, and there is this shadow where a shadow should not be. As the light lights up the clouds, you're very familiar with the scenes and patterns of light displays within storms and whatnot, but there is this inky black shadow covering a vast portion of the clouds. So behind this thing or whatever it is, the light flash sort of illuminating everything around it and giving you this uneasy sight of this huge winged creature that suddenly disappears into the clouds as the lightning stops and fades away. Whatever that large winged beast was disappears into the clouds, and the rest of your watch has you on pins and needles, but fortunately nothing else such as that. You can, from that distance, you almost felt the bile sort of raise in the back of your throat, almost like fear, but not really fear because it wasn't that close, but it was definitely unnerving to say the least, to see a creature that size be able to fly, no less. So with that, you wake up your relief, and Ragnar, as you wake up, the snow has begun to fall. The breeze is blowing, bringing the chill way down into the single digits, but the campsite that Desmond has found for you provides pretty good shelter from the breeze itself. The trees, as I said, are close grown together so that they're able to provide at least a bit of a break from the wind. But as I said, Desmond wakes you up, and it is now your turn to post watch.
I'm not worried. My beard will keep me warm.
I will warn him about the flying creature.
Okay.
That's very useful information.
Don't light fires if you don't need to.
Okay.
Okay.
Exactly.
There's an awkwardness here. I think Desmond forgot.
Oh, yeah, I forgot you're blind.
I can't.
Why do we have you watching anyway?
Because I can still hear.
Yeah, he can hear, and anything within 10 feet he can see, so...
Oh yeah, I can't be surprised even by invisible enemies because of it.
Well, when I say fire, I also meant like to keep warm.
Yeah,
That wasn't just light.
This is true. All right, Ragnar, could you please give me a perception check with disadvantage, might I add?
Well, I got a 6, so
yes.
Let's see what it is with disadvantage.
We'll see how much worse than that.
And that was a crit.
And it was a nat 20.
That's how it be, though.
I like it.
So it was a 6.
Yep. So, yeah, you hear the wind pick up and rustling through the trees and everything around you. You can hear the heavy breathing of your comrades as they settle into their sleep. You can hear the woodland creatures as they scuttle along the ground and in the trees around you, but beyond that you are oblivious, but you can feel the temperature beginning to drop significantly, and as your time passes you wake up Tarikas. Tarikas, it is your watch. I will need a perception check from you as well. If Tarikas is paying attention to us.
Yes, I'm get ready to roll.
My boy, you somehow rolled lower than the blind guy.
How come did you not roll? I didn't see any dice roll on yours. Did it show up? Did I miss the dice?
You might have rolled it in roll 20. Is that what you did?
No.
Yes. Yeah.
I was just curious. Did you roll from your character sheet, or did you? I mean, I don't know how you rolled, right? But it showed up.
I rolled on the character sheet.
Yeah, that's weird because it didn't show a dice show up. But at least I didn't see it. But I might have not been.
Reroll that or something?
No, dude, you're fine.
Okay.
That one works. So as you guys are beginning to awake, as I said before, the temperature begins to drop, and the wind picking up and the snow coming down. Unfortunately, you did not hear anything coming up whatsoever. However, as you... I'm sorry, I'm looking for one of my maps, and one of my maps is not here, and it's really annoying me, so I'm just going to use this one. As you wake up, you see coming through the trees several small creatures, and just as your watch is coming to an end, Tarikas, you're getting ready to wake up your comrades. So right now everybody is asleep except for Tarikas. You see several goblins, each one of them bearing a spear or a short sword, coming out of the trees. What? Nothing is working on this. What is going on? This is killing me. It's like nothing I'm trying to get done is working, man. I'm having a bad time on my game here tonight. So let me find my critters. Boy, this is an absolute shit show. Let's try here. There we go. And now as you watch 5 goblins come out of the trees, I need, first of all, to put everybody in combat. And now I am going to take out...
Remember to roll for me.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, I forgot to mention I was sleeping on top of that mountain right there.
Yeah, no.
I would have been able to perform the ritual to bring my dragon back, right?
Yes, yeah, you've got
Okay.
that. No problem. All right. So, I am going to roll initiative for the
I'm almost
creatures.
dead.
And hey, who got the nat 20? And one of the goblins got a nat 20. All right, so
I
I'm
would
going to roll
also
initiative.
like to make note, please. Pavisco would have had alarm spells up. I know he would have had them up, so the alarm spell would have woken him up as soon as they came too close.
That's fine. That's fine. We can do that.
Question.
Yep.
Since I woke up, do I get full health?
Why are you so far down?
I don't know.
Yeah, you guys had a long rest, so you should have. Yeah. I put you full health on the game.
Mungo only pawn in the game of life.
Yes. All right. So I am going to roll initiative for Nilo. I need everybody, and I'll have to roll for. All right. So Nilo.
Everybody remember to unequip your armor if you're not awoken.
Yep. Yeah, Pavrisco got a 1. I like it. It's hilarious. All right. So just waiting on Ragnar, Tarikas, and Desmond to roll initiative, please.
Yeah, my little control panel went away, and I don't know how to get back. So I'm trying.
Yep. So
I can't see any tokens for some reason.
Yeah, this is. Yeah, this is bizarre. But if you refresh the
Now
page,
you say that, I got no tokens either.
Yeah, just refresh the page. I'm wondering if one of the modules affects you guys as well. I'm not 100% sure.
I'll load D&D Beyond and try to do it from there.
Okay,
that's fine.
Yep. Yeah, so you know that I have the tiny what they call the I don't want to say tiny chat, but there we go. So Ragnar rolled a 7.
I haven't rolled above a 10 on initiative yet.
Really? That's crazy.
No. Yeah.
Yep. So for some anyway, so I have the tiny chat set up, so if you don't see all of your navigation bar, it's over on the right hand side. It's just a little vertical strip on the right hand side. If you have to click the bottom to extend it out, and then you'll see all of your, like if you look at the stream, well, I took it off there. Anyway, so Desmond got a 19. Now we're just waiting on. Well, we got everybody. Yep. So Tarikas got a 19. Desmond got a 19. All right, cool. So we are going to go with first goblin. I gotta find out just to see how far that is.
Are there tokens on the board?
Yeah, there are. Yep, he'll be able to go just enough to get to Desmond. So this goblin moves up right in front of Devlin. Yeah, like I said, you may have to
on it.
Yeah. All right, so
Yep.
the goblin.
That's what I had to do.
Yep. All right, as he attacks with his, well, they say scimitar, I say short sword, same thing. As he attacks, as he gets a 23 and hits,
Ow.
as he walks up and his blade flashes out just as you're getting up, trying to defend yourself, Desmond. The blade slams down onto you. You suffer 4 hit points of slashing damage from the little creature. You can see that they're all wearing sort of shoddy, raggedy leather type armor. They're not really like imposing it at all, but apparently they feel that they've got the advantage of surprise, which they did not because of the alarm spell and Pervisco getting people at least awake, so I didn't do any surprise on anybody. All right, so wow, that's weird. It went all the way down to him. All right, so he was the first one. Now he's no longer targeting. Now we go to the next goblin. What? It's absolutely crazy. It's I'm wondering. Okay, that's why. Okay.
Saw Tarikas and died.
Huh?
I said the goblin saw Tarikas and decided to die.
Yep.
Falling on their own swords were easier end.
Yep. All right. So this one is actually just going to move down here, move in, and he is going to, with his short bow, he's going to target the mage. As he misses, as his arrow goes flying past Pervisco, who dodges it easily. Tarikas, you're up, sir.
Okay,
I took out some of the modules that give visual indicators on the thing because I was having a lot of performance issues, so I got rid of every module and started putting them in one at a time to see what might be causing some performance issues, and I never got that one back yet. So anyway, Tarikas.
Yes, Tarikas will notice that there's a problem with who got hit? The one in front of me, Desmond?
Yeah, Desmond got hit right there, and there's a goblin in his face, and you see 4 other goblins way off over here, some 30, 40 feet away from you guys.
All right, Tarikas decides for some reason he goes right here, and he goes, "Fuck you," and he hits this guy right there.
Okay.
In the back with his mace.
All right.
Oh, we'll see if he hits. I just rolled it. What do I do? I roll on the mace, right? I forget. Oh,
Yeah,
right
all you have to do is, if you just open up your character sheet, click on the mace, and it should roll for you.
Where did that open?
And he hit. Let's see what their armor class is. Their armor class is 15, so an 11 misses. As you roll and as you sort of swing by it, it sees you and it ducks as your mace sort of flies right over the top of its head. Desmond, you are up.
Well, I hate goblins. I don't know about anyone else, but I really don't like goblins. So let me see here. I am trying to learn how to do this stuff.
Be right back. I get another piece of pizza.
All right. As you swing and your sword...
Hey, yo, bring me one.
Yeah, your sword misses an attack of 10. You rolled a 5. Your attack misses the goblin, unfortunately, as it swings once again. Just as the cleric Tarikas swung over and it ducked down, you came across the other way and similarly, like right over the top of its head as your attack fails to find.
Okay. One of my favorite enemies is goblin noise. That doesn't do anything, does it?
Favorite enemy? I'm
God,
not. I don't.
it gives you a bonus, I thought.
There's a bonus, but
For
I don't
tracking and hunting them.
know. Yeah.
Oh, they changed those rules? You didn't get a flat bonus as well to fighting them?
Nope.
Let's see. Yep, you get advantage on survival to track them when you gain. Okay. Yeah, that's basically all it really does. Doesn't give you any bonuses to attacks or anything like that. At least not yet. So.
Okay. I'm
Right.
also going to apply my Slayer's Prey to this goblin here in front of me as a bonus action.
Okay.
So I can move it as a bonus action on my next turn if I need to.
Okay. So
That gets it done.
Yep. So this goblin rushes up, targets Tarikas, screams out, I'm gonna take everything you own, as he swings his scimitar at you. Let's see if he is true to his word. Natural 20 with double sixes, 14 hit points.
Did he roll max as well? Jesus.
Yep, 14 hit points of slashing damage to Tarikas as the goblin catches him unaware as he comes from the side, slashes you right along your back, and you feel the piercingness of the blade as it rips open your armor from behind, burying itself into your back right, as you spin around to see the goblin in front of you, but too late. The damage is already done. He got a critical, and he critical the damage too. So.
All right. So how much?
14 total.
Oh man, I'm dead. Well, that was fun.
Why are you dead? You got
just
25 left. You got 25 left.
I know.
All right. Yeah, we're good. All right. So, Nilo. Nilo. Did we lose Corvus?
Apparently. Hey, Corvus, you there? That's
He's in the
not good.
chat. He's in the chat, but I don't hear him. Corvus, can you hear us out on the stream? Yeah, he's there. But we can't hear you talking. Alright. We will give you 30 seconds, and then you're going to automatically forfeit your turn, because that's just how we roll here. For everybody out there in chat, don't forget, our party can still accept nat 1s and nat 20s if you want to trade in your coins. If you notice, for those that have been following us for a while, I did bump it up just a little bit. Instead of 3,000, it's now 5,000. But there's also the 10,000 option where you can actually roll the dice for the player. You can actually roll from chat. And,
Check. Can you hear me?
There you are. You are back.
All right, awesome. Getting up is a half a move or a full move?
Getting up. No, I'm going to consider you guys were up by the time they got here.
Gotcha. Okay, so instead of searching around for my weapons, I am just going to call my sword to my hand.
Yep.
And can you move Desmond out of the way for me, please? His menu's in the way.
Oh, is it? Oh, I got you. I don't see any menu.
His character sheet's in the way. Oh, it might be a delay on my end.
Yeah,
oh, no,
it's
it froze.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Froze me. Hold on, there we go. Okay. All right. I am going to first give myself advantage on the attack, and then move 3 right, and attack the goblin right there.
How did you get yourself advantage? Just out of curiosity.
My dragon.
Okay. Just want to make sure that that's what it was.
And go ahead. My longsword command is queued for one-handed, actually. So you're probably gonna have to use the two-handed one on the. Yeah, you're gonna have to go through there and find it. At the bottom.
Attack?
No. Go to inventory.
Oh, gotcha. Long.
Should have a long sword two-handed. You don't?
I see long
No,
sword.
Just roll it and just roll a d10 instead of a d8.
Yep.
Outside of it.
Oops. I actually rolled twice, but
that's fine. I take advantage.
Yeah. Okay, but your the attack misses as you get a 14, and you need to get a 15 or better to hit.
Oh, that's messed up. All right.
Yeah, I am sorry.
That's
what you get for not rolling yourself.
I can't do that. I'm sorry.
I know.
I could not be here.
Yep. So if go ahead and start. So as you can see, as the players are talking, their characters actually light up a little bit. So so Corvus is playing Nilo, who is a fighter. Desmond is playing our ranger. Tarikas is our cleric. Paviskro is our magic user or wizard, if you will, and Ragnar is a fighter as well. So. Fighter effect. So yeah, most of them are kind of fighter types. And the other thing that's kind of bothering me about Twitch today is I have an overlay for D&D Beyond and it's not working. It won't let me connect to D&D Beyond, so there's something wrong with the Twitch overlay now, because you used to be able to just mouse over and it would give you a sheet and you could double click on the characters and see all their stats and all that good stuff. But unfortunately, right now it isn't working, but we can always open them up so you can see Paviskro, a wizard artificer. Got Tarikas as our cleric. Desmond, our ranger. Nilo is a fighter. And Ragnar is our fighter slash barbarian guy. So that being said, as Nilo rushes up, swings at this little goblin, and he is a rather nimble individual because 3 people have tried to attack him and 3 have missed. As we move to the next goblin, who is going to move down right about here, and he is going to target Tarikas. Seeing Tarikas severely wounded, or at least moderately wounded by his companion, he feels that Tarikas must obviously be a weak link in the party, and so he moves over to fire at him with his crossbow, or short bow, I mean. And of course he misses. Badly misses, as he... your armor class is what, Tarikas? 18? Yeah, 13 definitely misses. As Paviskro, now moving up, sort of off to one side, sends his eagle over to get himself advantage on this creature, and he is going to firebolt the crap out of.
Now remember, the owl can just, or the eagle in this case, can just pass through and give the advantage. It doesn't actually have to stay on the creature. It can fly back to Paviskro.
Yeah, no, I just moved him over there just so I would remember. As Paviskro fires a firebolt at $17 as he hits, and he blasts. Hey, you. Oh, yay. Oh, nice. Thanks. Hey, dude, what's on? I got interrupted in the middle of combat so that I can get cheesecake. So, anyway, that's what you do.
Yo, direct ship here. Get it in 24 hours.
Exactly. All right, so let's see. I don't know how many did that goblin have. Paviskro hit him for 7 fire. Haha, as this goblin is toast. All right, and so it's this goblin here. Whatever. That's weird. I don't want that. All right, so that goblin is dead as he stands, or as Paviskro just sort of blows on his fingers. Ragnar, you can hear combat coming from in front of you, but you don't see anything other than what's right. You can actually, I will say that you can actually see Nilo and Desmond are engaged with some creature there. You know that there are more on the other side, but like I said, you can't see more than like 10 feet in front of you.
He's gonna do the most English thing he can, and that's in the middle of the battle, walk towards the enemy.
Okay.
As he's just casually walking this way.
Yep.
I can hear you guys fighting. What's going on? And then I just see the goblin and I smash, and then I keep walking.
As you walk up, you get, oh, so close, but so far, 13 misses. As you swing your hammer, and this little goblin just refuses to go down. So, as you miss, as the last goblin moves down here, and he takes a shot.
I'm going to keep moving. I'm going to move over here, by the way.
Okay.
I still had some movement left. Yeah.
Let me, I want to move Nilo's dragon, or Nilo's, out of the way. Move him out of the way to get here. Fit back so he is. I'm just actually just going to move him off here. I'm not even going to worry about him. All right.
Checkmate.
So what's that?
I said checkmate.
Yeah. So this goblin comes down, and he takes aim at Nilo with his short bow. Badly misses with a 14. As we are back to the top of the next round. As this goblin, now surrounded, looks a little nervous now that he's surrounded and he's got the dwarf there, but he hates dwarves. He hates dwarves more than the ranger hates goblins. As he now targets Ragnar, grabbing his scimitar.
My prejudice is feeling threatened.
Grabs his scimitar.
My armor on because I was asleep. That would have hit me.
21 as Ragnar gets hit for 3 hit points of slashing damage.
Dang, these guys are rolling pretty high.
Yes, they are. As the next goblin moves up to try to aid his comrade, targets the cleric, Tarikas, grabs his scimitar, swings wildly, hits with a 19 for 4 hit points of slashing damage to Tarikas, bringing him down to 21. Whew, I like it.
That's weird. I saw a 9, but that's...
No. You look, he rolled a 19 and then 4 damage.
Check.
Oh.
You are correct. You are correct, sir.
How much was it? 19?
He hit a 19, but you took 4 damage.
Okay.
Yeah, Foo-Face, it's actually, it's like Roll20, but this is Foundry. Foundry VTT actually is a thick client, fat app, whatever you want to call it. It's an application that you can host on your own computer, but I pay like a few bucks a month to host it in the cloud on a site called Forge. And so, yeah, and there's all kinds of add-on modules you can get to it. And so there's a few that I had on here that I took off that give a little more visualization into the combat, one of which would light up whatever token was supposed to be up for that particular round in the combat. But yes, I still kept all the spell effects and everything, and the sword effects. So if you get hit with a sword and stuff, you'll see it swing and whatnot. So yeah, I think they're kind of cool too. But that being said, as the goblin hits, bringing us to Desmond. Oh, sorry, bringing us to Tarikas. Apologize, Tarikas. You're up, sir. There are now 2 goblins. One is surrounded by you, Desmond, Ragnar, and Nilo, and there's another one that just came up and attacked you from behind. That's the one that hit you, severely burying his blade halfway through your back as you yanked away, as you have profuse blood sort of seeping out your armor now, running down your right side.
I'm trying to figure out at my spell list, how can I tell if it's a bonus spell or not? I mean, if I can use it on a bonus action or not.
So if you open up, so I've opened up, if you look on the stream, or you can just double click your character sheet, open up and go to spell book, and you'll see spell usage, and it'll say action, 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 bonus action. For example, healing word's a bonus action. So you can bonus action healing word either yourself or somebody else. And then Shield of Faith is another one that's a bonus action. So you have a few spells that you can cast as bonus actions, and the rest seem to be actions.
Spiritual Weapon is a really good one for bonus.
What's that?
Yeah, but I don't want to waste a slot for that.
Okay.
What?
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and cast... where's it? I just had it. Hold on, let me make sure this is the right one I want to do. No. Okay. Maybe it's this one. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. So, is everybody damaged, or just two of us?
Just the two of you are hurt right now. Just you and
Okay.
Ragnar.
So I'm going to cast
I other got hit too.
word of
Oh,
radiance.
okay.
Yeah, remember she doesn't have any armor on. She just woke up. So that
yeah.
14 hit her.
Okay. Okay.
The radiance on.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
Go ahead.
They both have to roll saving throw.
So just the one goblin. What's the range on the?
No, it's everybody around me, within 5 feet. That's an enemy.
Oh, any enemy within 5 feet. Okay, so what's the saving throw?
It is.
What? A wisdom or?
I believe it's Constitution. Let me make sure. It is Constitution saving throw. 14.
Okay, Constitution saving throw with a DC 14, or they take 1d6 radiant plus whatever the additional. Okay, all right. So this one rolls his Constitution saving throw. He rolls a 19.
You saved?
Yep. So the one in front of you saved, and now the other one rolls his saving throw. He rolls a 6. So the one between Ragnar and Desmond fails, suffers 6 hit points of damage, leaving him down to one. So as you, what is? No, I don't want that. That's weird. So as you're standing there, you call up your spell, and this blazing light of energy suddenly circles around all the enemies around you. The one goblin that stabbed you in the back sees this energy starting to sort of coalesce around him, and he ducks and dodges out of the way, rolls, and comes right back to where he was, completely unaffected by it. But the creature that is between your comrades and you, unfortunately for him, was not quite so nimble and didn't see it coming, because he was more engaged with Desmond and Ragnar, trying to fend off their attacks. And he gets swallowed up by the energy, and you watch as his skin sort of sizzles and pops as the white hot radiant energy provided from St. Cuthbert nearly takes the creature down. He almost goes down to a knee, but you could see that he is wobbly but still standing.
That is it.
That is it for you. Anything else?
No, that is it for him.
Okay.
Okay.
Just want to make sure. Desmond, you're
Yes.
up.
Excellent. Well, I hope I don't need more than my Slayer's Prey to wound this thing, so I'm just going to attack it.
Okay. 16 hits. Nice.
And there's an additional D6, so I got to bring the chat up here.
Nice. Nice.
And additional 3 points of damage on
Nice.
top
So
of
total of 14 points of damage, as this goblin has no choice or no chance whatsoever, as it sort of shrieks in pain at the white hot glowing energy that coalesced around it by way of the word of radiance spell sent upon it by Tarikas. The creature can no longer fend off your attack, and your blows hammer through as the creature falls at your feet dead.
Okay. I'm going to, as a bonus action, move my Slayer's Prey, this other goblin I'm now targeting.
Okay, which one?
Gotcha.
That's the farthest one over here. Gotcha.
Yep.
I saw it.
And I am going to, how do I move?
Just grab your token and drag it.
Something's going on here. Just a second here.
Yep, no problem. Yeah, you had them targeted, then you untargeted them, then
Yep.
Okay.
I'm moving right there,
Okay,
and I will retarget the guy that I mean to target. There we go.
perfect. Yep.
Okay,
And so for those
that's
out
action.
in the perfect. So those out in Twitch land, you can see that each one of our characters has an associated color with their character. In this case, there's a dark green for Desmond. There's more of a lighter green. I believe that is for Ragnar. So as you can see, I've got it. Well, I kind of had it out in chat, but you can. Each one is a different color, and so when you target a creature, you can see who's targeting whom. So you can see Ragnar is still targeting this goblin right in front of him and behind Tarikas. You can see that Desmond is now targeting this goblin that's up here. So this is what I was talking about some of the different visual aids that I'm trying to get in our combat. So anyway, so Nilo, you watch as Desmond takes down the goblin before you, leaving you free to target any of the others that you wish. You can see that the other 2 goblins that are remaining in the distance have short bows, but as Desmond approaches quickly, the goblin in front of him drops the bow and grabs the scimitar, preparing for melee, but the goblin way off to the right still has his short bow brandished, and he's targeting you, but it is your turn. So Nyla, you are up.
All right. You can still hear me, guys, right? Check. All right.
Yes.
Got you, bud.
Awesome. I had that
And
disconnect a couple times.
Just tell me
So-
where you want me to move your
Yeah, so I'm
Your
going
dragon.
to go 6 spaces to my right, hit that far bottom right one there. I'm going to give myself, because my dragon always returns to me when I use advantage.
gotcha.
So I'm going to use advantage on that guy and swing on him with my 2-hand
Okay.
longsword. I believe, go to the bottom left there where the little folder is. I think
Yep.
that one has 2-handed hooked up on it. I meant specifically the pop-up bit.
What do you mean?
Like
mean,
the little arrows sticking up on there. I
Oh.
don't know. No, down at the bottom of that folder. You click the folder, but you brought up a menu when you did it.
Yeah,
If you-
I don't have. When you do the macros, they're just for you. They're not me.
Oh, okay. All right, yeah. All right,
Yeah,
never
I
mind.
don't have. Yeah, so any of the macros and stuff, like there's some that are in here that are built in and whatnot. What that shows for? Well, actually, it shows for you. These are actually the ones for you when I select you.
Yeah, those are the ones I made.
But it
Do
doesn't
the
show-
longsword.
I'm wondering if. Okay, if we do. Yeah, it doesn't show two-handed, but I'm wondering, was one of these new macros? No, they were just you got
No.
two new macros in there, but they're blank. Yeah, I don't see the two-handed, but really
Okay, yeah.
the two-handed is really just the damage, right? So it's not really
Yeah,
that
it's
big
a
of a deal.
D8.
Yeah.
It goes from a D8 to a
D10.
D10.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
so
that's
go ahead
fine.
and roll it, and we'll roll a D10 afterward if it hits.
Yep. Totally fine.
And make sure you roll double for advantage.
Yeah. All right, so the 19 definitely hits, and instead of the that's D8, do a D10 plus. You get what do you get for your additional? Oh, here it is. Let me do versatile. I can do it here. Versatile damage right here.
Oh,
And
perfect.
you did 12 hit points of
Nice.
damage. So as you so you guys watch as Desmond takes down the one goblin and sprints across the field to the far goblin, forcing that goblin to drop his short bow and grab a scimitar. Nilo, likewise, unarmored, quick as a cat, sprints across the field, leaping in the air, bringing her sword down two-handed, crashing through the goblin's bow, slicing it right from the top of its neck to its the middle of its chest, as the goblin, almost split in half, drops dead onto the battlefield, bringing this goblin to play. As I said, he now targets and he shows no fear as he whips out his scimitar and attacks, but unfortunately what is a 15 hit without your armor on. What is I was looking for your inventory. If we take off your chain shirt,
It's 14.
it's 14. All right, so he does hit, and you suffer 5 hit points of slashing damage from the goblin. I don't know why this is. There we go. Okay. Whew. Man. As now, Perviskro moves and sends his eagle to distract the goblin that just attacked and assaulted but he is going to target this goblin, and once again is going to fire off his firebolt. He hits with the 18. Let's see, with advantage if he hits with the crit. Nope. So his firebolt hit for 6 hit points of damage, nearly taking down this goblin as well. That is his turn as he moves slightly. His eagle goes flying back to him. Ragnar. Nicely done as Ragnar immediately brings the hammer down. Crit. With a double crit. As this goblin, as it's been bobbing and weaving, ducking, being able to avoid all of the attacks. The last is it is unable to on this last attack, as the dwarven battle master, sort of summoning his days back in the fighting pits, brings a hammer straight down on top of it, crushing the creature, pulverizing it, in fact, as he then moves on to the next. Is that it for Ragnar? Tarikas. Yeah. Tarikas, you are up. You can see that your friends have been wounded, but none have yet fallen. But there is one goblin yet to go.
Okay, Tarikas. Tarikas has seen the effect of his mace. Has seen the effect of his spell. And the goblin that's standing has not been hit yet.
No, he's been hit. He just got hit with a firebolt from Perviskro. So it is wounded, but it is not down.
I cast a Toll of the Dead.
So it has to make a con save? Or is it a will save?
It is a roll save again for Wisdom, 14.
Yeah, you said Wisdom saving throw?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Wrong game.
Yeah.
We're not playing 3.5 Pathfinder.
Not yet.
That's tomorrow.
As the goblin rolls a 12, as he fails.
Fail.
See, I got a 13 on my screen. I don't know why, but that's what it showed. But anyway,
Well,
that's fine.
because it rolled a 13, but he has a -1 wisdom, so the actual roll is a 12.
Oh, okay. So he takes 4 points of damage.
How much?
4.
As the last goblin falls, scratching at his face, as the bell behind it, there's this loud bell, like a church bell on a high steeple, only deep resonating. As the vibrations hit over it, it grabs its ears, and you watch as his eyes begin to bleed, and it drops his weapon, collapses to the ground in a heap, in a puddle, before expiring on the battlefield, bringing
It's like 4 tolls?
Bringing us to an end of combat, as the 5 goblins who saw fit to attempt to rob you in your sleep have been vanquished, as you sort of settle down in the noise of combat and the clamoring of armor upon, or steel upon steel, as the chanting of the magi and the priest. As you look around, there are nothing more but 5 dead bodies, as you guys gather your belongings as the sun begins to rise.
I call all my companions. I say, come here. If you are injured, come.
Oh, yes, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Then he hits you with the sword. No, I'm just kidding. He's going to cast...
That's Parviskro.
That's where he just gets stabbed and then split open.
Parviskro hits you with his hammer.
My friend. No, he casts Prayer of Healing, I think it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to cast Prayer of Healing.
That is a 2nd level. Okay, gotcha. I was just seeing what the spell is. Go ahead and roll. Go ahead and, if you open it up, click it. Prayer of Healing.
17.
Everybody gets 17 hit points back.
I think I get a few more though.
Yeah, read the spell just to make sure.
Well, 17 for everybody, but because I'm life domain, I get extra healing sometimes on myself when I cast healing. So I have to read what it says though.
Right. So it looks like everybody was yielded.
Kung Fu fighting.
It doesn't matter. They give me full health anyway.
Yeah. Well, technically, you were really close. Yeah, you would have had like 38, but I just bumped it to 39. That's fine. So, as you guys stand there and feel this sort of warm energy flowing from Tarikas around you, binding your wounds and healing the blade wound in your back heals quite nicely, Tarikas, although your armor is rather damaged from behind. But you guys have all survived the night as you continue your path back to...
Did you put a spot use in mine, or did I use a second level spell?
Prayer of Healing is the
Prayer of
second
Healing
level
is a second level spell.
Yeah, but I'm about to mark it. It says I have 2 slots marked out.
No, when you cast it, it automatically does it for you.
Okay, I didn't know that. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. For example, I gave you guys the option on your character sheets. You can sync your character sheet back to D&D Beyond. So if you get items in the game, instead of having to type them here and then type them back in D&D Beyond, you just have to sync from here to D&D Beyond, and it'll sync your stuff, any new stuff you got here. Same thing if you put stuff out on D&D Beyond, you sync it, it'll pull down from D&D Beyond to here too. So
Question: did the goblins have any shiny stuff on them? That any?
Give me an investigation.
All right, go ahead. I'll make the roll.
Are you going to do it? You want to do it from D&D Beyond, or are we gonna do?
I don't have Beyond up available. If I have Beyond up, I can't watch the stream.
That's fine. I got you. All right, so I am going to do your investigation for you. You roll a 7. You find 4 silver coins total between all 5 goblins. 4 silver between all 5 goblins.
If any of those were crotched, I don't want them.
Well,
they stuck them down their pants so no one would go after it.
I wouldn't be touching if they're in the pants either.
You called it. It's yours.
Yeah. You got the crotch coin.
Are they crotch coins? If they're crotch coins, they're going to leave right where they are.
They're all hot and warm.
Listen, man, the crotch coins would be great for Figley to pick up, but he's not here. Let's make Fariscro do it.
Does anybody want the crotch silver?
Now you put it that
Hey, no.
way,
Well, you know what?
pick it up and then clean it.
You know what? I'm going to give all 4 crotch silver to Paviscro.
Okay.
Write that in as the note for, by the way, rewards. 4 crotch silver.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm going to do right now.
Where does he have his coins at? Here he is. He actually has 133, so now he has 137. We just need to make a note in his bibliography or his biography that he's got 4 crotch. Oh, actually, sorry, not gold. Dummy. I put it under gold. Got 133 gold, and now he's got 9 silver. So
I think I know what we're gonna use to pay to get into Traff now.
Yeah.
If they charge us a fee.
Yeah. So, as I said, you guys clean your weapons, grab your gear, manage to spend a little time patting down the goblins, and you do in fact find 4 silver coins. And then you, I assume, are heading down to Traft or continue down the Traft. Is that correct? So
Yes, you're heading up.
Yes.
you're heading up.
Sorry to have derailed us this long about crotch coins.
No,
It's
man.
okay. It's done. It's now in the loop. It's now in the loop.
Listen,
loop chat.
The longer we focus on something, the more likely it becomes a plot device.
Yes. Yes.
I don't want to find out what the plot device for crotch coins is.
It's for a brothel.
I'm with him. I don't want to find out either.
Exactly. All right.
That just sounds kind of scary.
All right. As we make our way back to draft.
Guys, I'll be right back. I have to
Guys out
open
in
up
the
the back
street,
door.
see what I have to put up with, man? It's like, man, sophomoric people. Gosh.
He says it like he didn't volunteer for it.
I know, right? Exactly. Yeah, I'm the one that set all this crap up. I guess I get what I pay for.
Yep.
You notice he at one point, at any point, you could have said, no, they're not there. But no, he didn't. He just let it keep going.
Exactly. And by the way, before I forget, I haven't said it tonight. I appreciate everything you guys out there in chat do for us. If you have not clicked that follow button, please do so. Click the little bell icon thingy so you get notified. Or you can go out to our Twitter and follow our Twitter and get notified that way. Every time we go live, you'll get notification. If you want to show a little more love, feel free to subscribe. We're trying to get our subscription numbers up, but every little bit helps. If you want to cheer, that helps. If you're not one of those folks who wants to have like a recurring subscription, that's totally understandable. I actually put a tip jar out on our About page. So if you go to our Twitch /Perrenland Adventures, you can go to our About page. You can see our different socials links. And then the tip jar is included in that. And you can just do like a one-time donation, which actually, to me, is better than actual subscribers, even though subscribers are a thing and that we want them. If you do a tip donation, it goes right to the content provider. There is no in-between middleman, other than I think like if you use PayPal, they get a little bit of a cut. If you got a credit card processor, they get a little bit of a cut. But the bottom line is, you know, you guys can donate. And as I've said over and over, because of one of our great donations from Cannibal Troy, he provided me a tip that allowed me to buy this Stream Deck, which is giving me fits tonight because it allows me to change between scenes, but it's not letting me do things like I want to see who the viewers are. I want to shout somebody out. It won't let me do any of that. So I don't know what's going on, but I'm not going to interrupt the stream to figure out what's going on. So the Russian Mafia gets a cut too. Pretty much probably right. So anyway, yeah, don't forget, if you have yet to turn in your tokens, you can trade in your Perrenland gross marks by clicking the little icon there by the chat, and you can then spend a few thousand coin to buy our players Nat 1s or Nat 20s, which I know that they would be very appreciative. But back to the game, as you guys find yourself, as I said, once again out in the windswept plains as you're working your way toward Traft. Eventually, you at the end of this day, which will now be bringing us to the next day of the week, which is right now it is the 18th, and now so it's the end of the 18th day of readying. If the 18th is God's day, which is actually a day of worship, so Tarikas has probably been praying out loud all the way from the time you woke up to the time that you arrive at Traft.
Yeah, I have been. I've been doing Allah Krishna.
Oh.
He's got his little
My character will
tambourine out.
voluntarily scout ahead,
Yeah.
out of earshot.
Gotcha. Yep.
I wish God took my ears, not my eyes.
Stop it! Make him stop. So you
My
guys
warden's ears.
as you guys arrive at Traft, the gates are still open. You can still hear and see traffic moving through the primary gate, of which you have become very familiar. As you guys arrived, you are required to sign your names into the ledger, and as you leave town, you have to sign your name into the ledger so that they keep track of who's coming and going from the town. The guards have long since recognized your faces, having been part of the various caravans in and out of town these past few weeks. And after signing the ledger, you find yourselves standing inside the gates of the city of Traft. For those that have never been here before, Traft is a large port town. It is the largest city on this side of Perrenland, the country of Perrenland. It sits on Lake. It's spelled Lake Quag, but in the country it's pronounced Quag. So it sits on Lake Quag. It has a large keep that sits on a raised hilly area on the northern side of town, and also butts up against cliffs, or I should say sits on the cliffs that sort of butt up against the lake itself. So there's a large drop from the keep to the water, and then there's a sort of a winding road that goes out of the keep and down into the city proper. The docks are along the western edge of town. The government and the aristocratic parts of town, the collegiate part of town, are on the north and northwest. But when you first walk in, it's the common man's area, and in particular, you can see the fighting grounds that train the Auschwitz, as well as the Pax Mercurii. The Pax Mercurii being the famed legions of mercenary soldiers that Perrenland is known for, but the Auschwitz is the regular standing army. And so the training grounds, you can see the soldiers and the barracks and whatnot on this part of town. Nilo, you are very familiar with this part of town, having been trained here when you first joined the Pax Mercurii. But you guys find yourselves in town as the day is late, the long shadows being cast across the rooftops, plunging the city into darkness, as even now the lamplighters are out and about, providing light at various points throughout the city as you make your way into the interior. Previously when you guys were here, you actually stayed at the Phoenix Feather, which is an inn. It's not really super upscale, but it's fairly upscale. But that's where you guys stayed before. But there are various other inns and taverns and whatnot, should you guys elect not to stay at the same place. But that's totally up to you.
So here's the thing. This time we're not really in a hurry. You don't have to rush to the guy to get rid of us MacGuffin that could destroy the world. So I think we should just go to an inn and get some rest.
Totally up to you guys. What do you want to do?
Are you shaking up that much Nilo from the goblins?
No, but I'm a little bit tired from walking, and it's also getting dark. By the time we're finished with Corvin, it's going to be even later.
I mean, true, but that just means we have to do it tomorrow.
What's the problem with doing it tomorrow?
Seems short on time.
Are we really in a rush?
Kinda.
So again, you guys, this is totally up to you guys, right? But right now, the rush previously, Desmond, as Nilo explained, was that you guys had these items that were part of the totem that you needed to piece together, and so that totem was very deadly and very dangerous. So Nilo is correct in the sense that you guys aren't necessarily in a rush to get or go anywhere, but it's totally up to you what you want to do. If you guys want to split up, Nilo, you want to hit the inn, and Desmond or you or Ragnar or whoever want to, or Tarikas want to head off to the Guild of Magi, that's totally up to you guys what you want to do. As I've said repeatedly, this is your world. You tell me what you want to do.
I'd like to stick together as much as the group will allow me to. So if we want to go to the end, that's fine with me. I don't see any reason to not take the time to get settled in first before we go harassing wizards. You know, their ways are obnoxious and frequently.
I resemble that comment, says Pravisco.
Like I said.
I assumed he was going to pay us. That's why I was wondering if we wanted to visit him first.
I take no position on this quarrel of words, for I'm new. group.
be clear, I do not believe the Wizards Guild promised any coin for anybody completing this. It was more or less it needs to get done or the world's going to get destroyed.
Jeez, this
type of a
party is
thing.
very bad at negotiating. This is the second time in 2 weeks. It's like,
Yeah, I don't.
I didn't have anything to
recall.
do with these negotiations.
that's a good question. Who did do the negotiations? I look at Nyla.
Yeah, I don't recall any negotiation of coin. I just recall that he teleported you guys to the middle of the mountain region where you needed to be, and that was about it.
So
So, what do we want to do?
we actually managed to talk him out of charging us for the teleportation. He was going to charge us like something like 100 some odd gold per person or something like that, and we talked him out of it
So
because it was in.
the win of your negotiation was to get a free ride to go do the job for them.
Yeah,
The job that they would have to do regardless.
it was a great idea. Otherwise, we'd be paying 100 gold per person. I believe was the charge.
Well, I think the incentive is regardless that they have to deal with it anyway.
What kind of mercenary were you?
That just means that some other group of schmucks would have fallen into that trap.
Yeah.
You know, it was kind of the fate of the world, you know?
Apparently, they're too cheap on the fate of the world. No wonder the world's burning.
My question becomes, what kind of mercenary are you?
Yeah,
Or were you?
what outfit did you serve with again?
Part of the army defending against Ayus.
No, I know you were with a company. I remember that. Which company was it? What company captain taught you stupid ways of dealing with people?
I believe his name was Captain Dickass.
That
You
explains
know
a
that
great
guy
deal.
died on a splint, right? Who was it really?
I think he died on a sliding bed
Yeah. Yeah, could be.
after his troops got hold of him for not paying the bill.
I remember one company captain during the war got literally burned alive on his mattress. I don't remember which company did it though. Was it the Blackhawks? That one was trying to rob his own company by
I almost spit my Pepsi all over the hotel floor. Shut up.
All right. So you guys move your way through town. Again, some are more familiar than others, having been here more often. Tarikas, this being your first foray into the walled city of Traft. It's high walls going up perhaps 30 feet with the battlements and the flags flapping in the breeze. With the heraldry of both Perrenland. You can see heraldry of various clans, including both the Rudbergs and Weisvar. So you see your own clan flying their flags above the city walls. As you move your way into town, you come to the Phoenix Feather, Nilo, which is where you guys were familiar with. Further into town, you know, like I said, is the collegiate region, which is where the Guild of Magi and the colleges are, as well as the Great Library of Traft, otherwise known as the Bibliothek von Traft. And so everything is in that same direction, so you're very familiar with where that is in town. Inside the tavern, however, you guys find yourselves... the matroness recognize you as she comes in. She goes, "Oh dear, you're back. It's been so good to see you. Are you looking for your same rooms again? Are you going to be staying the nights with us then?"
Is she just saying that to generally all of us, or
generally all of you, but in particularly Nilo, because she recognizes Nilo out of all the group. She recognizes Nilo because being the half-orc and the female. The rest of you, I don't recall were with. Desmond might have been with the group. I don't recall.
I wasn't.
Yeah, I don't recall if anybody other than Perviskro and Nilo were part of the party that was here previously. And so that's why...
The entire time. Because he joined us before we went to Traft the first time.
Who did?
Paviskro.
Yeah, so I said Perviskro and Nilo are, I think, are the only two that are familiar with the matron of the Phoenix Feather, and so you guys find yourselves here. Mabel is the matron, and the owner is Dieter. So Mabel and Dieter sort of run the Phoenix Feather, and you guys find yourselves back in their company. And so she's like, "Are you going to be staying again with us then, lads?
Yes, I believe so.
Looking for the same rooms, are you, or would you prefer some other rooms?"
I don't think there's a problem with the same room. I think we can take those.
Very well then. As
I kind of glance around to the rest of my group and goes, "We're all okay with sharing the rooms appropriately, yes, with the beds."
I can share my room with a woman of the opposite sex. Yes, I cannot share my room with a woman. I'm chaste.
Are there any
My
women of the
beef.
same sex?
Desmond,
say,
what
Desmond?
the fuck is wrong with him?
I asked if there's any women of the same sex.
Well, I'm confused. I'm not sure what you are. No offense. But you seem of the gender of the female persuasion. Am I correct in that?
No.
Not
Desmond,
you.
aren't you
What?
human? Isn't he human?
Yes.
This is not hard to figure out.
He's talking to Nilo.
Oh.
He's talking to Nilo.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Because yeah,
And you're fading out.
went full robot. I
You are
kind
Full
of
blown
Full
robot.
what? Tank.
Full blown robot.
Tank.
So, first of all, the rooms are 2 people per room, at a cost of 2 gold per night.
Wow.
The rooms are nice. They include your meals, and this is where the party stayed previously. And like I said, it's a little bit upscale, but they are really nice rooms. But they are shareable rooms, so it's 2 gold for the room. So it'd be basically a gold per person unless you have your own room. And so she provides you guys 3 rooms with which to stay. And I'm gonna let Praviskro shell out the 6 gold since he has enough.
And I just make my intentions to know that I cannot sleep in the same room as Nilo.
Yep, that's totally fine.
Unless we're all in a group kind of
yeah,
thing.
yeah. Nope. You get your own room, Tarikas. You get
Okay.
your own room, and everybody else splits up. So, with that said, you guys have arrived in Traft in the evening of the 18th day of readying. You find yourselves in the Phoenix Feather, familiar surroundings, at least for part of the group. The rest of you beginning to get settled in. As you check your quarters, they're warm and comfortable with soft beds and pillows and thick blankets, fireplaces, a sitting chair or a sitting table with a couple of chairs, oil lamp, etc. All the comforts of home. Should you desire a bath, baths are separate, and there are 3 bath areas within the hotel or the inn itself. It is 1 silver piece for 30 minutes of a hot bath if you so desire. As I said before, your meal for dinner and breakfast is included in the cost of the stay. But the sun begins to do its thing as it treks along the western sky, heading over the western horizon, plunging the city into darkness except for those tiny spots of light where lamp lighters have lit the roadways on the main thoroughfares. The rest of the town itself is plunged into darkness, with the occasional light spilling out from some shop or home that still keeps its curtains or its doors open. And with that, we are going to move into our break. For those of you that follow us along or have followed along with us, you know that typically halfway through the stream, we take a 15-minute break. So that is what we are going to do. And so I am going to attempt to do this without breaking anything. Let's go 3, 2, 1, go to break. Hey, there we
Looking
go.
for royalty-free music? Discover
and now
Epidemic
let's see
Sound.
if I can
Get the safest music
this.
subscription for.
And we will. I'm going to pause this. We'll be back in about 15 minutes or so when this thing winds down. Go get yourself a bio break, get yourself something to eat or drink. Hopefully, those of you that are here will continue to hang out with us to see where this leads the party as they go visit the Wizards Guild and try to determine what this ring is all about. If it's about anything, who knows? Maybe it's just a piece of jewelry that somebody lost and it means nothing, but we shall see what we shall see. And I will see you guys in about 15 minutes, and hopefully that'll be enough for me to eat my cheesecake, because I eat slow and chew my food because I was taught correctly. Don't gulp your food. So we'll see you guys in a few.
So, who did Nilo's room get with? Because all that entire spiel, I got cut off from Discord.
You want to go with me?
Sure, I'll go with you.
It's not like I can peep, dude.
She doesn't care. She's a soldier. She doesn't care.
I'm also a soldier. I don't care. I'm just
Like,
happy not to be with the priest.
I got enough of what I heard was that Tarikas did not want to stay with anyone who didn't know who they were. I believe he mentioned female, and then he mentioned another race or something like that.
He has an oath to celibacy. A celibacy. The curing thing. The chastity thing.
Gotcha.
He doesn't want to be tempted.
Gotcha.
Yeah, because in his heyday, he was a man of the tip.
I might have been a man for her. I might have been a bard in a past life. I'm not sure.
Oh boy. Alright. I am going to go take a break. Thank y'all.
Real name before he was Tarikas, he was Pip Daddy T. Then he changed his ways. Oh, goodness.
Monkey, read chat. Read the game chat.
quickly do you think? A bit faster. 1, 2, 3.
And we're back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Perrenland Adventures. I'm Sean, your host. We are on episode 20. Our party has recently completed their world-shaking event, if you can call it that. It's more of a Perrenland-shaking event, and is the destruction of the Sturgeon Blood Totem. Having returned to Christchurch, had a small minor incident there where they had to go save a little gnome girl by the name of Mina, who is well known to the party. The party has saved her a couple of times now as she continues to get into mischief. Hopefully she'll grow out of it, but I doubt it. But in the interim, the party has now traveled from Christchurch down the mountains into the lowlands to the city of Traft, where they have come to give their report to the Guild of Magi in the city, as well as perhaps begin the investigation of this interesting signet ring that they found while delving into the Caves of Silence recently when they went to save Mina. I'd like to welcome you all back. Not sure if my entire party has got back. I looked over in Discord and saw that at the time it was only Desmond, myself, and Tarikas, but it looks like Corvus has made it back. Not sure where Ragnar has gone to, but hopefully he'll be back shortly. Like I said, we always take that 15-minute break to give everybody time to get a bio break, clean things up, do whatever they need to do. I got a chance to eat that amazing Snickers cheesecake. Oh my God. There's a reason I'm fat, and that is one of them. So it was good.
Cheesecake?
It was a Snickers cheesecake.
All right, we're going to have a problem here.
Yep.
See, I want a Snickers cheesecake too now. And
Yeah.
there ain't no cheesecake shops here in Irving, Texas. So we're gonna have to work something out, you and I. All right.
You know what? I can give you my daughter's phone number, and you can call her and say, "Hey, ship it to me." But by the time it gets there, you'll be home. So, our party is now in the luxurious Phoenix Feather, one of the upscale, semi-upscale inns within the city of Traft. It is the 18th day of readying Common Year 586, and you guys have just paid your coin in order to get your rooms for the night. Tarikas, you are on your own. The rest of you split however you see fit. Before we continue, though, I do want to note, I thought that I had put it on all of them. Yeah, where is my... Okay, this is interesting. Where? Oh, there it is. Oh, it's because you can't see it on the map. Haha, it's like, why can't I see it? Because where I put it on the map sucks. So I'm going to move this up on our game. For those that have not seen, I have added a couple other commands to the stream. Exclamation point socials. I'm going to start getting rid of the timers. So if you hit exclamation point socials, that'll tell you where our Twitter and YouTube channels are. After every session, I will upload the stream in its entirety to YouTube, because Twitch only keeps it for 2 weeks. Unless you're a partner, and then you can keep them for longer. But the bottom line is I have to move them over to YouTube. So we have a YouTube channel, and that's where I post them. You can catch all of our old antics out there. Exclamation point 8-ball. You do exclamation point 8-ball, type a question, and it will give you a response. You can also play roulette. If you go exclamation roulette, put some number of coins down, and you could earn coins. And I do believe that will modify your tokens. So if you have, say, 1,000 tokens, you want to wager 1,000 tokens and do the old roulette. If you win, then you have 2,000 tokens, I think. I haven't tested it. I get infinite tokens, so I can spend tokens all day long, however I want, because I am the channel owner. So yeah, so just a couple little things out there to keep you guys engaged, just to have a little bit of fun. So with that said, party members, you find yourselves, as I said, back in the back in the city. Let's do, where is my medieval town? There we go. Let's.
So you were
queue
going to
this
say
up.
back in the saddle again.
Yeah, I was thinking about it, but as you go down the road and there's a toll booth, you have to stop on the road to pay the toll booth. Anybody watching Blazing Saddles?
Yes, that's what I'm thinking of. I was like,
Yes,
can't we just
sir.
go around the table?
Hey, I have to pay 2 or 3 tolls a day just to go to work. I don't need to pay more tolls.
Anybody got a dime? Oh, somebody go back to the town and get change.
Get a bag full of dimes.
Yep. So I
What?
am
Why
not
am I sure?
Oh crap! Where'd that come from? This is another thing that I think. I have 2 monitors. When I click on another monitor, like my other monitor, all of a sudden my volume will go down. But when I click on the main monitor, it'll get loud again. So it's like, where the hell did that loud noise come from? So not 100% sure what's going on with that either. So I got a lot of little technical things that are kind of getting under my skin tonight. But you guys, is there anything I should say? Is there anything that you guys wanted to do that night, by way of going to the guild or going wherever, or are we just going to go ahead and take a long rest, get up in the morning and tackle everything fresh? I just want to make sure where we are at right now. I know Nilo had commented that she wanted to kind of wait, but I want to know what's the rest of the party want to do.
I would, before I turn in, I would want to go look for a local temple or church of my worship.
Yep.
And
Okay.
probably find locations of where my clan banner is. It bears its mark. Like various stops or stuff.
Yeah, as far as the clan banners go, they're just atop the towers throughout the city, so there's no one specific location. It's like every clan in the region is represented by flags that fly above the city, so there's no aggregation of clan Vicepar that you are aware of. Although it's not to say there isn't one, but at least there's no visual indicator anywhere in town right now. Give me an investigation check though for searching out where there may be a temple to Saint Cuthbert. So it takes you probably a couple of hours, so it's a couple hours past sundown, working your way around and asking around, but eventually you do find the majority of the temples in this region of Perrenland are flan based, right? So they have this whole sort of a conglomerate church with Pelor as the head, and then all the little feeder churches and whatnot fall sort of underneath it. Cuthbert being not one of the primary, or even within that sect of religion, kind of falls outside that. And so his temples in the region tend to be much smaller and simpler, more like small shrines tended to by a single pastor or single priest. However, you do manage to find toward the entrance where you guys came in, over in the soldier quarter, St. Cuthbert tends to have a small following because of the fact that his words of wisdom fall right in line with that of a soldier, you know. Sometimes you just have to beat their heads enough, you know, to get the knowledge into them, right? And stuff like that. So walk softly, carry a big stick kind of a priest, right? So he is rather well received amongst some of the ranks, and there is a small church dedicated to Cuthbert near the military gate that you guys came in when you first arrived in town. And so as you approach, you can see that it's a simple wooden structure. It has the symbol of Cuthbert hanging above the door, as most other temples to him do, although you have seen some of greater grandeur. But this simple little hostel definitely sort of catches your attention for the fact that it is well maintained. It's brightly lit coming from the inside, giving you reason to believe that it is open for business even this late hour. And sure enough, as you step up, you can see that inside there is a priest holding a small service to a small congregation of a half a dozen men, as they sit there and go through the litany of prayers and sermons dedicated to Cuthbert. And as you step through the door, the priest sort of looks up, interrupted from what he's saying. People look over their shoulders to kind of look and see who it is. And immediately this priest, who is a bearish looking individual, he has a thick beard. He's got coarse brown hair, relatively short, but not like cropped or anything like that, but it's just sort of like a mop of hair. He wears fur as opposed to any kind of leather or whatever, but he has the definite markings and symbols dedicated to Cuthbert. He stands in his leather breeches are rather tight fitting around his wide stomach, and they're tucked into his boots. His boots are black and fur lined as well. He gets the impression of sort of a mountain man kind of look, I guess, as he sort of nods to you and waves, "Brother, we welcome all who would step through our doors. Come join us this eve," as he beckons for you to join the others, and he returns to his prayers and sermon dedicated to St. Cuthbert.
I say, "Yes, brother. I will join you."
And it takes probably about a half hour or so more before the sermon is done. It is a sermon and set of prayers that you are well familiar with in your teachings. Again, you can tell that they're sort of tailored to be more for the soldier types, about hardiness and don't be foolhardy and always carry the bastion of faith with you and take it into battle and wield his glory, in the strength of your arm, and your blade shall be guided by the Lord above, etc., etc. So you can definitely tell they tailor a lot of the sermons and a lot of the meanings of the sermons to kind of fit within a soldier's mentality. And when it's all said and done, murmurs of greeting and nods of acknowledgement to you as the soldiers walk away, and this priest sort of stands up to you, goes, "I am Farth, and you are whom, brother? I can see you bear the symbol of our Lord and our Savior."
"Yes, I am Tarikas."
"Well met.
Where do you hail from, brother?"
I am from the North Country, primarily from the Blackmore region."
"Oh, well, that sounds like a very nice place."
Not really.
St.
This
Cuth-
is why I am here.
"Oh, well, I was just being polite."
And I very much appreciate your attempt at mollifying my distaste for such places.
"Well, I'm sorry St. Cuthbert didn't bless you to be in the lands of my forefathers, the kingdom of one that will not be pronounced correctly."
Go ahead, give it a try. Where are you from?
I'm from the kingdom of
I know I wrote it down somewhere.
I'm looking at the background. I wrote it somewhere. Oh, there it is. I'm from the kingdom of the part of the clan called the Vesperiers.
The Weisbar clan. Yes.
Yes, I have my southern accent. Sorry.
The Weisbar clan is basically from South Central, sort of Perrenland. So you're all from Perrenland in general, right?
Right.
At least
I tell them I am
here.
from South Central. Verispa. Straight out of Compton. I'm just kidding. South Central, that's the first thing I thought of when you said South Central. What?
Yeah, so right now you guys are currently on the eastern half of Perrenland, right? So the southern region or the southwestern side of the country, Weisbar.
Yeah,
was
Tariq
where-
tries not try to boast too much about his country land, his clan's whereabouts. He's just proud of his heritage and where he comes from. So he kind of boasted just a little bit more than underneath the level of obnoxiousness,
Right.
but without disrespecting.
Yeah.
But he makes merry with his newfound brother.
Got it. I'm looking for a little bit of a note here. Just a second. I don't think I put it in.
Come on,
Okay.
you wrote it down somewhere.
No, I did. I have a whole list of notes. I was just looking. I was trying to remember the name that I gave to the new sheriff of Christchurch. And I know his last name's Bearhorn, but I couldn't remember what his first name was. So, this priest, you find out his name. He goes by Farth the Boar. And by boar, you can see that the cloak and clothing that he wears is boar skin. So apparently he at one time was a woodsman and a hunter, and he elected to leave that life in favor of, after the war, he saw so much death and so much anger in the world that he decided to become more of a teacher and a priestly type, helping those get through the anguish of losing, losing battles and losing friends and losing family and whatnot. So although he's this big hulking bear of a fellow, looks, like I said, like a mountain man, he has this gentleness about him that you find rather soothing, right? His voice is deep and rich as he speaks, and continually bringing up the ways of Saint Cuthbert and how he shall guide the rest of the world to righteousness. And he's just doing his small part to plant the seeds of his greatness within the soldiers as they go off to war, and hopefully they will spread it amongst troops while they're out there. And so that's sort of his goal. But friend, what brings you to these parts? Are you seeking a place to stay? For I have a cot that is made for one of your size, should you wish to stay.
Yes, and I do come for the cot and for some assistance, whether that be in knowledge or the potion variety.
Unfortunately,
Or
I have no means of concocting or manufacturing potions of healing or anything as such. I can part with a few vials of holy water, should that suffice to you, but of the healing variety, I'm afraid that the fingers that our Lord has given me are all that I am allowed to heal with.
That's unfortunate. But yes, holy water will be great for aiding me in the quest to spread the good word.
So he digs up 3 vials of holy water for you.
As he does that, I want to investigate, like, the room. Like, is this legitimate?
Okay.
Like attire, decorative traditions of St. Cuthbert's in some regard.
Yep.
Without taking notice, without
go ahead and give me a religion check with advantage.
I don't know how to do that, but I'll just do that.
Yeah, you just need to roll it twice. Nice. So a 22. By the way, I believe if you control click, it rolls advantage. If you shift click, it rolls disadvantage, or vice versa, something like that. Anyway, we'll figure it out. So as you look around, you see that it is definitely a maybe it's control and alt. Sorry, not shift. Control and alt. Anyway, as you search around, you see he is definitely a follower of Cuthbert. You can see that everything about is meticulously done. It's clean. all of the idolatry and all of the iconography related to St. Cuthbert is all well maintained. And so he's obviously someone who takes pride in whatever he's maintaining. So you have no reason to believe he's not a true and faithful follower of St. Cuthbert.
All right. Well, I don't make it apparent that I was investigating. I just kind of,
Give me a performance check. Nice. Yeah, he doesn't even bat an eye about what you're doing or looking around. He feels, he's like, yes, I have many fine things that I have been able to find over the years and put them up so that those who come into my small, humble chapel are surrounded and bathed within the glory of our Lord.
yes, I can see that. I'm just admiring some of those items here.
Yes. You are welcome to admire at any time, my brother.
Yes,
He goes
brother.
about continuing his
We are
business.
brothers.
Yes, we are.
Brothers of the faith.
Absolutely. So, if there is nothing else for me here, I must take my leave, as it is time for me to bathe this week and perhaps get something to eat. I wish you well on your journey.
Well, thank you, brother.
If you wish to, the cot that you wish is in the back chamber. It is a small room, not much in the way of creature comforts, but cozy and warm nonetheless, and it is free if you so desire.
Well, I will not do it tonight, as I am with some companions, and we've already made reservations, but I will call upon thy
You should bring
invitation.
your friends, and perhaps we can
Well,
all
they
pray and
still
serve
need
together.
they still need some testimony and some more
them,
literature.
Do not be shy, brother. It is two maces are better than one. Trust me. Well-placed blows to the noggin will loosen any and the most stubborn of those who do not believe.
Well, I'll mention to them, and we will see what they say. But if we do not return, my apologies. But I will return personally myself, and hopefully I can influence them to come as well. And on another note, please, if it's not too bother, to keep your eye out for those who travel with those that might aid in the liqueur, if you know what I mean.
I do.
Potions of healing.
Oh, of course.
Yes, and any assistance in that department would be great. But thank you for the holy water.
You are most welcome.
And thank you for the magical mace. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, whatever.
Oh, you didn't say. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I did not say magical mace. No, I did not. Nice try. You're such a jerk, man. Between that and your Vorpal blade, man, I'm gonna get over it.
Thank you for Orcus's and wand. All right, appreciate it. I'm just kidding. All right.
So you find your way back eventually to the Phoenix Feather, this tavern inn located in the upscale part of town. Your room is your own, as the rest of your companions have since gone to bed, unless Ragnar, you were away when I asked this question. Was there anything that you guys had intended to do tonight other than, have your dinner and retire for the evening?
I'm sorry, how much holy water was it?
Oh, it was 3 vials of holy water.
Okay.
I mean, at tonight, I was away. Sorry. I thought my thing was still on, but apparently my computer shut off when I wasn't looking, so I didn't hear anything.
Totally
and so I
okay.
looked.
Totally okay.
I
need to.
I guess I would have just gotten a bath and everything. Like, I don't think there was anything specific I had set up for the town yet, so
Right.
I think it's good for the night.
I want to check something here real quick. For some reason,
Isla has nothing for tonight itself. Her stuff is in the morning.
Okay. Hopefully this will be really quick. I need to check something here. I wonder if I got it on the wrong. Nilo, can you talk real quick? Just say like 1, 2, 3 or something. I just want to make sure that.
Hey, how's it
Yeah.
going? My name's Nilo, and I like big swords.
Gotcha. So, oh, maybe that's why. Okay. So now let's go back to in-game. All right, Spartan, go ahead and talk now for me.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. So the problem is so I have a script that when you talk, it recognizes you're talking and it lights up your character. And apparently I forgot when you took over. Character number 1 used to be Hyacinth, and I still had Hyacinth's Discord ID assigned to the script. So when you were talking, it wasn't recognizing your voice. It was looking for Hyacinth, in this case, Kaylee, on our Discord. So I had to, I think it was Kaylee. It was whoever it wasn't you. But now when you talk, you light up. So I think we're good. Tarikas, can you talk for me just to make sure that yours lights up?
Hello.
Okay. And Desmond, can you talk just to make sure yours lights up too? Desmond. Just want to do a quick mic check.
Hello. I didn't realize I was muted. I've been sitting here talking this whole time.
I like it.
I love it when that happens.
Yep, happens to me all the time. All right, so anyway, so now I get that corrected because it was kind of bugging me because some people had asked earlier about cams and who's who and whatnot, and so I just wanted to make sure that as you guys are talking, your character lights up on the stream, so at least they know who's the one that is talking. So everybody give yourself a long rest if you have not already. I am going to go out to... Oops. Here. I'm going to go out here. Somewhere in there. For a long rest capability. Oops.
Is there a button that I could just hit long rest and it'll
I
reset it?
don't think so. I thought there was. There might be. I'm looking. Oh, yeah. That's
I hit it on D&D Beyond and
yeah, D&D Beyond, but then you end up having to. It doesn't really matter. I just have to go in and I just make sure that I don't think he did any spells. He being Paviscro, I didn't have to do anything special.
Click on a sheet. Click on the
Was it
sheet
on sheet?
settings, I believe it was.
No.
well, I did it. I hit the long rest and I still had to go back and take my spell off the slot.
Yeah, that's what. Like I said, you can do it on D&D Beyond, but then if you open
you
up
can
your
do it on here,
character
too.
sheet, if you open up your character sheet, there is a there's a little D&D Beyond logo. If you click that D&D Beyond logo, you can do import. So if you update D&D Beyond to import, it'll bring everything into your character sheet. Or if you do your character sheet, there's a update D&D Beyond button that lets you send it back to D&D Beyond. Right. But anyway, I was just looking to see on this character sheet if it had like it shows a long rest under the attributes block. It shows a long rest.
Is it under DAE? The little wrench there?
Maybe, let me look. No. These are I can go in and create custom effects for different spells if I wanted to, and then save it there. So again, I'm not going to get bogged down in it to see, but somewhere in there I thought that there was a
check a token
button. Yeah, I was looking at there too, so wonder here, appearance, vision, light, resources. No, it doesn't have anything in there. Yeah, like I said, I'm not going to worry about it too much, so I'll figure it out. But it's just, I just wish there was just a quick, easy button. There probably is. I probably had a module installed. That's why I'm looking for it, but can't find it because I had a module installed and uninstalled it and just didn't realize it. So anyway, you guys awake in the morning, refreshed from your long sleep in a soft bed after a few days of traveling across the cold, hard-packed snow ground. In the morning, you go down below into the tavern below, enjoying your breakfast of salted pork and eggs and fowl and breads and juice, as well as there is wine and ale available for those that want to partake early in the morning. But now is time to get to the task at hand, whichever we wish to do first. I'm assuming we're going to the Wizards Guild first in order to see...
Yeah, talk to Corbin.
Yeah. Okay. You guys all exit and leave after breakfast. It's perhaps 9 in the morning now. The roads outside are busy, even early in the morning. You see that wagon trains are loaded up and have departed the central part of town and are now heading toward the various gates. Some leaving to the south and east, some leaving to the south and west. Others you can see are loading up the ships as the ships are weighing their anchors and setting their sails, slowly moving their way out of the slips out into the vast Lake Kvog to the west. You follow the twisty-turny road, familiar now as Nilo and Perviskro lead the way. Eventually, you come to a large stone building. It's a structure with perhaps three stories total. But it looks like one huge building. I kind of liken it to the old Greek ones with the huge pillars out front leading inside with these huge doors that are standing open, and you can see various academic types carrying books, hurrying along, some students trying to catch up to their masters to get to the classes. Bypassing this building, you turn left and head a little deeper into the district when eventually you come to a large ziggurat looking sort of a structure with no doors. There is a huge fountain outside of magical light that sort of dances in a pool. It looks like, it almost makes it look like water flowing in as a fountain, but there is in fact no water. It's all mystical light that dances around, giving it sort of that strange effect. And as you walk toward this ziggurat with no doors, suddenly a figure sort of steps out from the walls, almost as if they were magically transporting themselves through the stone itself. A young acolyte boy, or not acolyte, but a young student boy wearing plain, simple brown robes with a white sash. He has slippers. His hair is sort of cropped short, but pulled back down over his ears, so it's not like super short, but the top is sort of short, but almost, I don't want to say a mullet, but sort of similar to like a mullet heading toward the back. As he sort of gives a half bow and greets you, and he goes, "Willkommen. Was may be helping you with this day, please? I am Johann, servant of the guild. I am here to answer any questions or to assist you in any matter that might be necessary." Really sort of looks to all of you independently.
I look at Nilo. I figure this is your show.
Yeah. You guys not hearing me?
Did not.
Okay, well, now you can hear me now, apparently.
Yep.
Hello there. It's Nilo, Paviskro, and the rest of our crew. One or two of us may have been here already. We're here with the pet project Master Corvin has sent us on.
Master Corvin has sent you a request?
Yes, we're back to
Please.
report our completion.
As he sort of turns around and like whispers into his hands, a moment later he kind of nods and turns and he bows to you slightly. Master Corvin will see you almost immediately. Please follow. As he turns and walks to the wall. As he gets to the wall, suddenly he sort of becomes almost a fades and translucent sort of colors, and then whoosh, disappears.
And well, we follow.
As you approach the wall, you guys, particularly you, Ragnar, you're looking at this solid stone, and it looks like very well crafted and fashioned stone, as well crafted as things that you have noted in your time. You get about 4 to 5 feet away from it, and you watch as Nilo and Pervisco both fade to nothingness and disappear almost as if by magic. Imagine that. A second later, you feel this tingling sensation, and the scene in front of you sort of changes, and the wall sort of fades to nothingness, leaving this open portal door as you step through into the innards, and you see this long hallway of twisting staircases up and down various floors and directions, almost as if makes no sense whatsoever. You can see Nilo and Pervisco keeping up with this young boy that they're following. He takes you inside. A few twists and turns later, he goes up a set of stairs, and as you're walking the stairs, suddenly the stairs pivot to the left and move to another side. A previously missed doorway opens into the wall as he steps right through it, almost as if this is second nature to him. Still sort of off-putting to the rest of you, but similar situations happen along the way, and perhaps 15 minutes later, you guys are escorted into familiar confines, Nilo and Pervisco, as you guys step into the office complex of the head of the Magi Guild, or the head of the Guild of Magi, Corvin Mabrinar. The individual before you is perhaps 6'1", give or take. He is bald. He has sharp mustache and goatee, pointed, salt and peppery kind of color. His eyes are sort of a darkish blue color, not really bright. They're dark, but you can tell they have the blue tint. On his left ear, you can see that he has a sapphire earring. He wears blue and white type of robes going all the way down, but they're all intricately embroidered with various arcane symbols and whatnot. As he steps, he goes, "Were you successful? Tell me you were successful."
Yes, we were.
This is good
We
news.
were.
This is good news. So,
However,
what happened?
there is a problem.
This is not what I was expecting to hear, that there was a problem. The problem was the totem.
Yes, tied to the destruction of the totem was the release of a bunch of denizens deep underground. I believe they're
denizens? Explain to me, what denizens?
I believe they're called the Drow, as well as the Drider.
His eyes sort of narrow a little bit.
And I forgot.
For thousands of years. This is
I forgot the woman's name. The goddess of the volcano. I forgot her name again. Georgie? Jormy. I believe Lady Jormy is also anchored by this, because the volcano started to erupt. Tinkerholm has been embedded in snow, and there's probably a series of other chaotic events that's happened from the result of this. There was a massive earthquake when we destroyed the totem.
We have seen the effects of this earthquake. We did not understand what it was coming from. We saw Mount Hellspar spewing smoke from her bowels, and this is a bad omen to be sure. But our omen and astronomers, those who are most knowledgeable in these matters, are looking into it, and I assure you we will discover. But this word of these Drow, this is not good, for they were the servant of the evil witch queen back in the years leading up to the Surgeon Blood Totem. This is not good if this is true. For if the Drow come back, they are like a plague of locusts, and they must be stopped. So we must begin to look into this, but the first step was to destroy the totem, and for that we are most welcome, and for that you shall be handsomely rewarded. And he waves his hand, and appearing on the table are 5 small satchels. In each satchel is 500 gold coins. Well, do not just be dumpkins. Take your treasure. There is nothing more to be said here. We will, if we need for you, we will find you.
Well, we have also saw the Drow and the Driders on the ground. Desmond, I believe you're the one that scouted ahead.
Yes.
Mind telling Master Corvin, I believe I said that right, Master Corvin, what you saw?
I'll re-describe it in detail.
Okay. So he sort of listens to you guys as far as what you say, and his main concern is still that the totem was destroyed, but his secondary concern is now what you meant by denizens being released, which is something that the researchers are going to have to dig into to determine, what was meant by that. The drow and the driders have always worked together, although they are such chaotic creatures that there's no doubt that there are fights amongst various clans, if you will. So it's quite possible that there were two warring factions or clans of Drider and Drow that you guys stumbled upon, but it was very concerning to him that they were there in such a force beneath. So he I hate this. I hate it. I'm just gonna do this one. And so as he said, he is going to have to do the research, and when we discover more information, if we have need of your services, we will find you again, and we will send you the message to return here so that we may contract you for another. But until that time, you may consider your task and your contract completed, and we are most grateful for what you have been able to accomplish in your young lives. So, what now for you? Would you like a drink? As suddenly mugs of ale and wine and whatnot appear at the table along with the coin.
Well, thank you.
Most gracious.
You're gonna take the drink and enjoy it. Wait, what is the drink?
It's just a straight ale and wine. Just
all right, awesome. She's going to enjoy it.
Okay. Additionally, there are some pastries and some breads and cheeses. I know you guys just had breakfast, but should you so desire to partake, he offers. And so, now that you have concluded your business with this guild, what next for? I don't even know what to call you. The Friends of Perrenland, the Token Destroyer, the Totem Destroyers. What do we call you?
Well, she kind of glances around. Not sure really. Most of the original members of our group have left and been replaced by new ones seeking various objectives aligned with our own. If we manage to keep people long enough, maybe we'll come up with a name.
Well, this is true, so I wish you good fortune in whatever it is that is coming next for you. If there's anything I may be of assistance, then please do not hesitate to let myself or one of my associate professors or guild members know. I am sure that we can do business in some way.
Of course.
Even with you, dwarf. So somber. Yeah, see? So somber. Get your face out of your mug.
Listen, you offered a drink. I'm going to have as much as you will give me.
Yeah, and as you notice, as you put the mug down, it refills immediately.
And then I pick it back up.
Okay. So, no secret mission, no going off on some...
There's this ring.
Changing. There's a what?
I will
the ring.
Point to whoever's carrying it and say, show him the ring.
Nilo.
She's gonna pull out the signet ring. When there's the dwarves down in Christchurch calls it the Cave of Silence. We have cleared out the...
Never have heard of this before.
We've cleared out the beast
too much. It was just
filled
filled
with
with spiders.
Yes, we spiders and other creatures. Like they looked almost like an octopus, but they cast like
the dark mantle.
Floats of darkness.
Are you sure? The dark mantle
we couldn't
not
see.
To be trifled with.
Well, they're dead now. So
Yes.
Well, this is good. The dark mantles typically are deep within the earth, and they are not very often found close to the surface. So, if this is true, then perhaps something was driving them from below as well. I have heard things of creatures being driven out of the mountain and stuff and down into the hills where there was something going on, but we have yet to discover exactly what it could be. There is rumors of a dragon, but I do not know if that would be enough to drive
dragon
creatures
is
out of the
legitimate.
hills. Are you sure? Have you seen this?
I have not seen it. Paviskro was attacked by it.
This is true.
I saw something flying. I'll describe what I saw flying.
Oh, so the mountain wind perhaps has returned. Well, so far he has not made too much of a ruckus for the common folk. So if he remains in his mountains, perhaps we will have time to deal with him. But there are other pressing matters. So please let me see this ring. Maybe if I can help you. And he sort of holds his hand out.
I'll be right back, guys. I gotta walk my friend out real quick. Be right back.
Okey-doke. All right. He sort of puts his hand out, asking for the ring. I believe Nilo still held it.
I'll elbow Nilo to pass the ring over.
And of course, we can't hear Nilo again because Nilo's gone off somewhere.
now I will elbow Nilo in the other side.
Everybody elbows Nilo.
Just because it's fun to elbow Nilo.
Gotcha.
It's wearing a breastplate. It's not like it doesn't hurt.
Assuming that Nilo is telling us that she's going to hand the wizard the ring, he looks at it and goes,
Jack, can you hear me now? I said I gave the ring to him. I said it 5 times. I'm seeing my name pop up as it's registering my voice, but y'all ain't hearing me.
No,
just type it in chat. Just type it in chat out on Twitch stream.
She passes him the ring and explains, we were met by a ghost at the entrance saying that we must return this ring, or must find the ring and return it to his family. Well, we believe it is a ghost. He disappeared.
Well,
so.
I can tell you that if you wish to find out about the various, this looks to be a family ring of some sort. So if it is a family of import, then perhaps you will find some information over at the Bibliothek of Von Traft. If you go see Greta, let's try that again. Greta von Schwarzen. She is the bibliothecarian. She is the lead keeper of the books at the library. If you go there, I believe they could do the research or help you do your own research to find who perhaps this ring belonged to, and if maybe this will give you a clue on where you can go to return whoever this ring now belongs to. So, Greta is probably your best bet at the library. If she does not know, she will be able to tell you who does know. Then he hands the ring back to Nilo. Hands the ring back to Nilo. So, if there is nothing further that I can do for you, you have yourselves a good day. And he sort of encourages you to pick up your sacks of coin. And
I'm back.
I will have to already pick mine up.
As you,
Yeah, I pick up my 2 sacks of coins.
Your 1 sack of coins.
Sorry, my 1 sack.
Yep. Yeah, I see Corvus is talking. I'm just not hearing nothing because I see his icon lighting up and whatnot, but I see nothing. So I don't know what to tell you, Jacob. So maybe if you just want to type it in Discord if you can, or if you want to type it out on
chat.
Takes the ring, pockets it securely, her satchel secures, she smiles and leaves with the rest. Perfect. See? That's all you had to do. See what I'm saying? That's all you had to do. So you guys grab.
Yeah,
so each one of you now has a sack with 500 gold coins in it. As you take your coin, pocket it, go where you are led by the young acolyte Johann. A few minutes later, you guys find yourselves back out on the streets of Traft.
Well, that went better than expected. I kind of expected him to freak out on us.
Check.
Yes.
Check.
Works better. I swapped to my extra phone I have this time. So I have the stream up on my main phone. I have the call on my secondary phone. I'll see if this works better.
Don't you have your laptop with you?
No, I don't have a laptop. I have a MSI Trident, which is a very tiny thing. But last time I tried to hook it up to a TV, I had an aneurysm. I had to take my buddy's house and hook it up to 5 different TVs with 3 different cables before it finally started working again.
Don't worry about it. We're good. We got you. So, you guys depart.
His
the guild.
computer's locked.
Yeah.
Well, given that went better than expected, what did you intend to do after the totem anyway? You guys never really talked about what you were doing.
Nothing.
Get money, get rich.
Well, I mean, you
He said
definitely
there's
got a good
nothing
start
really-
here, but
Fine.
very inconsistent, I would say.
Well, I must personally. I have my own personal rounds to make. I must visit the Wanderer's Shrine here, and I was told to deliver a recording of our adventures to the Wanderer's Church. That way, Parlin's Church, so that it may reach Miriam.
Well, before you depart,
You might want to be a
I
bit
want to.
You mean Hyacinth?
precise with how you word
Hyacinth.
the story.
Sorry, wrong monk.
Yes, before you depart, I want to all invite you to my brothers of the same faith. He invited us to stay with him.
He invited you to stay with him.
Yes, he invited me and invited you all to come as well.
For what purpose?
I don't know. Perhaps he has a mission.
I don't want to offend you.
You cannot offend me.
That's
Your
certainly
God
not
annoys
true.
the
You
living
could
hell out of
probably
me, and I don't want to go anywhere near another member of your church. I don't deny his divinity. I just also don't deny how much he irritates me.
Well, he will not be there, just the brother and myself and us.
Isn't that his house, though?
I don't know. Is that his house? Did I investigate
Well,
that
no,
that's his house?
He's saying, isn't that St. Cuthbert's house?
I don't know. Is it? Did I investigate
It's a
that?
church. It's a church.
Yeah.
Oh,
Church.
is that what you
That
mean?
guy.
Oh, if it's his church. Yo. Yes, it's a temple. Yes.
Yeah, I don't want to
This
offend
is
your
our
God
cleric.
by how much I annoy, or by how much your God annoys me. I'll stick to the old faith. Thank you very much.
Well, okay.
Humans are very confusing.
I will visit your church to your faith has helped us several times. I will pay your brothers a visit to pay my respects and my thanks.
Oh, I'm sure he
But
will appreciate that. But just to let you know, he's only a brother of faith. I don't know him personally. I just met him today.
oh yeah,
But I
understand he probably
trust
wants
that.
to give us a sermon and such. And I will
Perhaps.
pay my respects, but I must politely inform you that any attempt to convert me or Desmond, for example, probably won't be met very friendly. Our clans are very deep rooted in our history and our religions, as are your own people. But
Don't look at
we
me, I'm a
appreciate
dwarf.
we appreciate you, and we appreciate the powers that your faith provides you, and in turn us. As she holds out a hand to him.
Okay. She's holding out a hand to you, Dorikas.
All right. I'm not sure what tradition this is. What are you?
It is a handshake.
Oh! Yes, handshake.
He hasn't touched a woman in his entire life. I whispered to Desmond.
This is exactly where I was going with that.
I'm going to sigh and shake my head.
I don't know what physical
Finish my drink
contact
and
is.
I
say,
didn't know what you want me to do with your hands.
I'm going to go
She
find a
did.
Well,
dog
she-
breeder and an
It's a
armorer.
it's a
He
very
won't
firm
call me in.
grip, and she gives him a proper shake, and nothing more.
So as you guys depart, leaving the Guild of Magi behind you, working your way back toward your tavern or your inn, you get back out into the main flow of the city with the main streets. The shopkeepers are all out hawking wares. There are mobile shops, wagons and carts as people pull and sell things like fruit, hot pecans and peanuts and boiled peanuts and whatnot as they're moving in, dates and various things and goods and services as you walk by. As you pass by to the right, as I said, you see the large structure with the pillared entry, with the big in the old Perrenland language as well as common tongue. It says Library of Traff, but in old language it's scripted out the Bibliothek von Traft, right? Giving you indication that this structure has been there for a long time. The road itself sort of winds back in toward the center of town and the main markets and the main shops heading back toward the Phoenix Feather. So Nilo, you said you wanted to head to the Temple of the Wanderer. Is that what you were saying?
The church first. I
yeah,
will go with him. I will go with him there first to pay my respects.
I was going to say, so the depends on, I don't know what order you guys want to do things, right? So if you just want to do things in that order, then it's like a lot of walking through town. But if you do things in order of where they appear, then the library is here. You've got the main part of the central part of town. The Reprieve of the Wanderer is the small little chapel where Hyacinth's friend and schoolmate is running. It's a little chapel called the Reprieve of the Wanderer. And then back toward where you guys first came into town, near the soldiers and the barracks and whatnot, that's where Tarikas found the temple to St. Cuthbert. So you guys can do whatever you want in whatever order you want, but I'm just so you know, if you go all the way there, then you're going to end up coming all the way back for other things and stuff. So again, it's whatever you guys want to do. I think was it Ragnar or was it Desmond mentioned finding an armorer for something?
Yes, I want to say it's one that breeds dogs.
Yeah, we was going to look for like a guard dog or something, a hunting dog.
Gotcha.
All right,
okay.
so we need to go to the library. Somebody needs to go to the library. I need to go to the Wanderer's Church, and Desmond needs to go to find a hunting dog. Did Ragnar need to find an armorer too?
No, he was
okay,
all
right.
Desmond.
And Tarikas needs to go to his church. I would argue that Pavisco would be best going to the library, but Pavisco isn't actually here to play his character, and that would kind of make me now.
Ragnar will go with him. Ragnar's not a lot of help, though, when it comes to reading.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. All right. So we're going to start this off. We will go Ragnar and Praviskro then are going to the library. Tarikas is going back to his temple. Desmond, you're going to be going to search the marketplaces for those that sell dogs. And
armor. I was the one that brought armor also.
Okay. And Nilo, you are headed to the Reprieve of the Wanderer. Okay. So we'll start with Nilo. And so go ahead and give me a investigation check. Nilo's going to have to give an investigation check to see if she can remember how to find the place. And she spends probably about 2 hours before she realizes I have no idea where this place is. I don't remember. And people around you are like, yeah, oh, sorry, never heard of it, got no idea. And so we'll come back to you as you work your way through town, wondering, what the heck, man? I know she's around here somewhere. So that being said, Desmond, you begin to branch off from the party, finding your way into the central area of town, into the central marketplaces. Just about anything and everything you can imagine is being sold within these very streets. So go ahead and give me an investigation check to see if you're able to find anything close to what you're looking for.
Let's see, investigation.
Nice. So you're not able to, you search through the marketplaces, but unfortunately you don't find anybody that's selling any kind of full-blown hunting dogs. However, you do find they sell a group that is sort of has these strays that they're trying to sell, so they're not like on the streets themselves. Most of them are younger pups, though, probably just a few months old. So they would probably take some significant training in order to build these pups up to what you would consider hunting dog level. So if you want for 5 silver pieces, they have various puppies that are available for you to purchase. And then you're able to train them yourself if you want. In particular, you find some of a black, sort of shaggy mountain dog kind of a look. From the size of his paws, he looks like he's going to be a bigger a dog that's on the bigger size, right? But right now he's only a couple of months old, so he's still sort of gangly looking. He's like, as you're sort of looking them over, he's like sniffing around your feet. Excuse me.
Oh.
Sounds like a
But
trouble.
that's the closest you find to any hunting dogs and stuff. They don't sell any that are like trained or anything like that, but it's definitely a way that you can, get a dog and train it yourself if you so desire.
Oh, my fear is my animal handling is not that great.
Right.
But I could eventually cast things like Speak with Animal, which might improve my chances.
Okay.
So I didn't expect. I will go ahead and pay the 5 silver.
Okay. So you now have yourself a black puppy. He's a mixed breed of some kind of a large dog and then there's as well as black fur. So you could imagine some kind of a lab mix of some kind. But that's the size of dog that it looks like he'll grow to be. It is a male dog, by the way.
Okay.
And you are free to name him. So desire. So
We'll call him Oleg.
Oleg. I like it. Oleg. A very gangly thing right now, and he's yipping as he's sort of dancing around your feet as you take him away on a leash. And he's sort of dancing around, getting tangled as the leash gets tangled in your feet as he's trying to go this way and that way. Getting caught up in the senses of spices and whatnot that are burning within the marketplace and stuff. It's a very exciting place. Probably a sensory overload for such a small pup. But in the meantime,
I will
you do
start the
manage
training now.
stuff him in my bag and tell him to shut up. Your animal
Not that
handling?
great.
No, not that great. You do manage to get him to sort of follow you along instead of running off everywhere, but every so often you have to give him the tug and the reminder, like, look, dude, I'm the boss. You need to come with me.
I'll start with heal and we'll go from there. And then I'm going to go look for, and actually I'll ask around for an armorer.
Yeah. So
Someone reputable.
Yep, you do manage to find a smithy just on the edge of the marketplace, and as you approach, you can see that inside this sweaty individual, and there's a bunch of young men running around helping, sort of moving the metal around and putting it on there and then grasping it and tossing it into water and whatnot. But they're sort of beating on and looks like they're in the middle of manufacturing or sharpening up weapons as well as armor plates and stuff like that. So it looks like he has sort of a mismatch of various things here. In Christchurch, the blacksmith there was primarily dealing with farm type equipment and whatnot, but here it looks like they cater a lot to soldiers and armor and weaponry and stuff like that, obviously being such a nexus for the Pax Mercury and the Ostwigan.
Right. I'll step in and wait for someone to acknowledge me politely.
Okay. Takes a couple minutes before the man sort of wipes his sweat on the brow, and he's got his leather apron with a white dirty shirt underneath it, and he's got a leather brown apron sort of tied around his waist, and he sort of turns. He's got a big head and broad shoulders and like big thick bushy eyebrows. He's got a sort of a unshaven face but not a beard. He's got a thick mustache that covers his lips and hangs down, covering part of his mouth. And he looks at you through his eyes are very narrow and like a thick overhang overbrow with his, like I said, big, thick, bushy brows. And he looks down. He is a rather tall fellow, about 6 foot or so. And he looks down and goes, "Da, what can we be helping you with, my sir?"
I'm looking for 2 things. Looking for a suit of breastplate armor for myself, and some leather armor that with some spikes, including a collar for my friend here. I'm gonna.
He goes,
Look at.
"You wish for the boarding for the pup? The pup will
Yes.
chew through the armor before he gets a chance to use it. Why not wait till he was larger, then you get him the full size? Else you make the small for the pup, then make the bigger for the dog."
I want to get him used to wearing it now, so that way he doesn't chafe at it later.
This is acceptable plan. Whenever you were looking for this to be made for you, you see I have much work going on. It could be
Absolutely.
2 days perhaps.
I'm willing to pay extra for you to work after hours if possible.
This is so. You have coin. Is not promised of making coin. Is you having coin.
Yep. I will pull out 50 gold pieces. The armor that I'm looking for. What are you looking for a price on the armor?
I am looking at that 50 gold coin. Seems to be a pretty reasonable price to me. When are you needing this by? I can have it by tomorrow. I can take one of these here and refit it, perhaps fit you better. They don't pay on time, so I can just take theirs and rework it to fit onto you instead. Is okay. I can have it by tomorrow.
That's okay.
For the pup is extra day. I have no leather. I must get and procure leather. Then the spikes we have to specially to make those tonight. So perhaps 2 days for the pup, but tomorrow I can have breastplate for you. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay.
So here's my question. Do you have anyone that does inlaying or other decorating techniques on your staff?
I say this again.
Do you have anyone that does inlays or etchings or other decorations on your staff?
It depends on what sort of etchings that you are wishing to be on it. I can do many of these things that is not too hard or too difficult, depending upon the intricacy of what you are wishing to have on it.
I'm looking for the symbol of Alona and Obadhai overlapping, so it looks like it's made of leaves and dyed green.
Oh, this is much extra detailed work. Cannot be done in one day.
I appreciate that. I'm willing to take a couple days.
Okay, I can perhaps find someone to do this sort of work for you, but maybe extra 10 gold for special filigree and painting on the symbol, but otherwise I think it's doable in 2 days.
Excellent. So, say 550 gold pieces total?
No, it would have been 60 gold pieces total.
Oh, because breastplate armor is 500 gold pieces in the.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking you just wanted some breastplate. Okay, yeah. So it'll be yes, 550 plus the 10, so it'll be 560 total. I'm sorry. I was misunderstanding what you were saying on the breastplate. For some reason, I was thinking you already had armor. You just wanted breastplate added to it.
Right.
Gotcha.
So 560.
Yep.
I'll give you 280 now and 280 when I pick it up.
This is fine with me.
Excellent. I'll give him the money now, the 280 now.
Perfect. You come back at 2 days. We have this for you. Yes, okay.
I'll hold two fingers and nod at him.
All right. And you depart. So Nilo says that she is going to try to find the church with Hyacinth, as well as give the journal that Hyacinth gave to her friend at the Wanderer's Church. The Reprieve of the Wanderer is what it's called. It's this little small chapel dedicated to Farlingen. Farlingen is the god of travel on Greyhawk. He's the earthly travel. His brother Celestian is the space traveler, if you will, the one that walks the plains. Farlingen walks the earth. So anyway, so then she goes there, and she's also gonna join Tarikas there at the Temple of Cuthbert to socialize with the priest, but not so much hang out with the sermon or anything like that. So that being said, it brings us back to Ragnar and Paviskro. As you guys head into the library, you walk into this gloomy, very it's not oppressive, but you walk from outside where it's cold outside, and inside you can feel the immediate warmth from inside, even though there is no fireplaces anywhere. A lot of ancient books and texts. You see that there are no candles, no lanterns or anything. It's all magical light, although it's varying colors to give different sort of shades of soft light throughout the place, as kind of has a lantern / candle effect, but they're not actual flames that are flickering near text and stuff that happen to be worth, a lot. And as you sort of step in, you are immediately greeted by one of the junior librarians, the bibliothecarians, as they are sort of noted here, as this young girl steps up, probably 17, 18 years old, has plain robes on, has sandals, has her hair pulled back, prim and proper, like in a little ponytail that hangs back. And she nods to you, Ragnar and Pervisko. Willkommen to the Bibliothek of von Traft. I am Jessica. I am here to aid you in whatever your research needs may be. How may we be of service for you today, sirs?
We're doing research into a potential family sigil.
Oh, so you are looking for things such as heraldries and families of import and note, such as things such as this. Then yes, we have a whole collection dedicated to this whole region of families. So if it's a family of known, do you know the name of these families?
I think we do, don't we? I think we were told.
You know, but no, I don't think anybody remembers. You just know that the signet ring has a G on it, and you have what the symbol itself looks like.
I don't have the name, but I do have, I think, the initial and the sigil.
May I, if be so kind as may I see, please?
I have the ring. I'll hold it out to her.
As she sort of looks at it, she doesn't take it from me, but she kind of looks at it from you. It's most difficult. It's going to probably be some time to research this. I am not sure how much time you are looking to spend, but typically it is 2 silver pieces per day to do research on yourself, or 1 gold per day to have someone do research for you.
Will it cost double for me and him?
No, it's just for 1 search. is only for one. You are together as a group, so it's for a search.
I look up to Bistro and like I whisper to him for a moment, and that whispering that I'm having translates to, okay, maybe we should try for 2 days. Give her the crotch gold. Or not crotch gold.
It's crotch silver. It's crotch
Give her the
silver.
crotch.
Yeah, it's actually.
Which I hope he cleaned up.
Are you guys? So are you guys going to do search through the research yourself, or are you going to pay them to do it?
I'm gonna make Praviskro do it.
Gotcha.
And
so
I will assist.
So he takes his 5 or his 4 crotch silver and he gives it to the girl. And we will do our own research. Please point me in the direction of the books. And so they take you through into a darker area. Looks like it's a little more like the old texts and stuff like that, right? And so they sort of point you to these rows upon rows upon rows upon rows upon rows of books that are dedicated to various families and family trees and heraldry and whatnot. As you guys begin your search, I need you, if you would, give to me an investigation check, please.
I will try. I can investigate one section of this library, the Dwarven section, because I think they're the only ones that in living memory would have invented Braille. They're the only race that lives underground in living memory.
Yeah, exactly. Go ahead and give to me. And by the way, anybody that's still out there in the world, I appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Hopefully you guys are enjoying what's going on tonight. A little bit more role play, not so much the combat. Nicely done. So, you guys are searching. You've paid for 2 full days of search. And you actually, in the first couple of hours, you find a book that the cover of it looks really, really similar to the ring iconography that you saw. It doesn't have the letter G or anything, but it's got that very similar looking family crest. And as you sort of flip through, Praviskro's like, oh, this is interesting. This is interesting. I'm thinking we have something here, my friend Ragnar.
What's it say?
So you find out that what are known as the Caves of Silence were actually originally called the Gretsard Mines. And it was a copper mine, and it was managed by a name of Veldrin Grossmilden. Now, Veldrin...
Grossmilden?
Veldrin, V-E-L-D-R-I-N.
Oh, Veldrin. Oh, like,
his first name... His first name... Here, I'm going to put it out in the chat. Out in Twitch chat. And then I'll put it in the Discord chat. So his name is Veldrin. Put it out here. Yeah, thanks, girl. Appreciate it there, Jacob. Veldrin Grossmilden. Now, the book basically talks about the Grossmilden family, but it doesn't really know much about him. Because it talks mostly about mines, right? But it mentions in passing this man by the name of Veldrin Grossmilden. They said he was very knowledgeable and he really knew a lot about mining operations, copper mines in general, ore and all that stuff. But nobody really knew where he had come from. But apparently there was a major accident within the mines decades and decades ago, and Veldrin was actually lost in the mine. He was never seen after this collapse or this accident happened. But one thing that jumps right out is that there is a picture of Veldrin in there, and it shows him wearing this exact same signet ring on his hand. It's an ornate family crest with the letter G on it. And this picture, it's a younger guy, but it really reminds you of that spirit or whatever that you saw when you guys were at the mine. So Veldrin Grossmilden is definitely your guy, it looks like, at least at one time an owner of a ring very much like the one you've got, or perhaps the very ring that you have.
I forget. Did Reachcrow ever identify the ring to see if it was magical?
It was not magical. It is not. It's a plain silver ring. So there's not much more about that. There is stuff about the mines and how after the collapse, things started really going sideways in the mines, and eventually the people that were trying to manage the mines just said, you know what, it's just not worth it, and they just shut the mines down. And then as the decades passed, it became known as the Caves of Silence, but originally it was the Gretsard mines. And this guy Veldrin Grossmilden was definitely somebody who knew mining, but he wasn't from the area. He just kind of apparently showed up at one time, started working the mines, and rapidly they discovered how good he was at stuff. And next thing you know, he was managing the mines itself. So you definitely have a clue that the individual that owned the ring was by the name of Veldrin Grossmilden.
Grossmilden family.
Yeah.
That shouldn't be too hard to find with a name like that.
Hope not.
Little bit unique.
Yep.
Oh, in German, gross means big.
Yeah. Yep.
Were these guys human? I don't remember what he was described as.
Yes.
He was human.
Yeah, they're human. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a very human-centric campaign anyway. So yeah.
There's
dwarves,
a few humans here.
Yeah. There's mostly human. There are dwarves here because there are a lot of mining and stuff like that in the hills and whatnot. So there's a good dwarven contingent. But for the most part, the cities are mostly half elves, humans, maybe the occasional half orc like Nilo come through, or the soldier armies and stuff like that would be along them. So then, you guys, and it only took you like 2 hours to find this. It's like the amazing stroke of luck that you have in finding this is just incredible.
And since we have time, I was gonna say we could probably look into the Grossmilden family to see if we can find more records.
So you find a little bit about the Grossmilden family, but the librarian girl comes back to you and says that the many families that were famous, although they have like family trees and histories and stuff here, there is much information. If you do not find it here, you can also go to the Gesellschaft of Traft, which is the historical society. They call it the Gesellschaft, but it's basically the Traft Historical Society, because apparently this family at one time was very well to do in the mining industry. You don't find anything particular that talks about this particular guy Veldrin, but you do find that the family itself at one time, maybe a century ago, was very well known in the mining community, which would kind of explain a lot that Veldrin knew about mines if his family was a mining. But because you don't find much on him, it's quite possible you could find in the historical society, because there's a lot of like passed down verbal lore that they record, and there's a lot. It's like a museum basically, so it's quite possible you could find more information there, she tells you. So I would most recommend that you gentlemen, if you are not finding everything that you need here, perhaps the Gesellschaft would be much more would have more information for you than we can find here. If not, you come back. You still have another day that you wish to research, and perhaps you can find more what you're looking for here.
All right. Well, I guess we'll get going then, Pedrisco. Unless you had something, but he's not here, so he can't tell me. I'm assuming he would want to research the White Dragon at some point, but he's just not here at the moment.
Yep. He's hoping to be back maybe starting, he's getting his hours sort of set, but it's still kind of flaky and stuff like that. So I'm hoping he's able to start coming back. All right, so you guys find yourselves back out in town. Tarikas, is there anything particular that you wanted to do while you were at the Temple of Cuthbert? Because Nilo joined you there. She's not much for service or sermons, which there's nothing going on because he already did his service for the day. But is there anything particular that you wanted to do while
Just
you were there?
introduce them. And
Okay.
That he offered his abode to us, and
His abode was offered to Tarikas because Tarikas is a
right.
brother of the faith, and so others, if they wish to stay, we
well,
have
I'm not
cots,
sure what.
but it is going to cost. It is going to cost a silver coin per night if you wish to stay on a cot within the church, if you are not a member of the church.
Oh well, whatever the invitation was, he was just fulfilling the invitation, as not to be rude,
Right.
and to meet. Yeah, and then after that, since he's gotten this 500 gold, he's probably going to go out and look for upgrades of items that he has versus.
Okay. What specific upgrades are you looking for?
I would assume probably he would be looking for. Let me see. I'm looking at my inventory. Probably anything. For sure, he's going to be looking for a holy symbol that is gold versus his amulet that he has as a holy symbol.
Okay.
I mean, he has that as an amulet, but it's also his holy symbol. But he also wants a gold one for other spells that may require that later down the line.
Right.
And he probably would look for a weapon, whether that be a kind of crossbows they have, or mace, or armor, or shields. Probably would be looking for an alchemist if there's one in town.
What are you looking for specifically?
Probably equipment, a few other pieces of equipment he may need.
What are you...
Like he doesn't have rope, so he probably would look like to get a whatever, however long they come in, whatever piece of rope.
All right, so go ahead and just put together a list of what you want and how much each one costs out of the player's guide, and then add 10% to it.
Mm-hmm.
So once you get that together, then we'll figure out how much it's going to cost, because it's not going to be hard to find over spending the next couple of days in town for you guys to sort of find the gear that you want, get the gear that you want made, pay for everything. So it's going to be you're going to be in town at least another 2 days after today, so a total of 3 days. So by the time you guys leave here, it is going to be the 20th, actually the 21st day of readying, which is called Free Day. And so it's another cold, windy day by the time you guys leave here. So I'm going to mark that on my map. And by the way,
since if we're spending a couple more days, this is not going to change the effects at all, because I don't imagine I can find magic weapons or anything. But I'm looking to have a fancy weapon made, like a very nice engraved longsword.
Well, no. So it's like I said. If that's what you want, but it's going to be a long sword plus an extra 10 gold to have it engraved and what. But no magic stuff. I don't necessarily. Right. I don't have magic shops or whatever. So magic is typically stuff you have to find and whatnot. So
that's fine. That's what I kind of expected.
Yep.
So what about silver weapons?
Silvered weapons will take probably 4 to 5 days to make, because they have to melt down the silver and then they have to put it on the weapon that you're looking for. It all depends on the weapon and stuff. So again, if you want a silvered weapon, so like I said, whatever the cost is out of the player's guide, add 10%. And then if you want special stuff done onto it, just add a flat 10 gold to it to have them do what you need to do.
When I pick up my armor, can you add that? Do I have to add that to my inventory through D&D Beyond, or do you add that, or how does it work?
You can add it on D&D Beyond.
Okay.
Yep, and like I said, if you can add it to your character sheet here, or you can add it on D&D Beyond. If you add it on D&D Beyond, open up your character sheet here, and for those that are watching on the stream, I'll show you. If you open up your character sheet, like I just opened up Desmond, and then I click on the D&D Beyond importer, the little D&D Beyond icon at the top of the sheet, you can see that at the bottom there's a start import, and you can select everything here that you want to import, and you just click import, and it'll take everything out of D&D Beyond, and it'll update your character sheet here. If you fill out everything here, there's another button in the middle of the sheet that says upload or update D&D Beyond. If you click that, it'll take anything you've done here and send it back to D&D Beyond. So you just have to be, a little careful. Just figure out which way you want to go, either from there to here or from here to there. Either way, I would not mix and match because you may overwrite something somewhere down the road. So your best bet is probably just update everything on D&D Beyond how you want it. Once it's set, then you start your import here, and then it'll pull everything out of D&D Beyond in for you.
So here's my next question for you.
Mm-hmm.
If I want to get rid of my chain shirt, it normally costs 50 gold pieces. What can I get for it?
I'll give you half price.
Okay. So I will remove that. And okay.
And as far as the things like special engraved and all that stuff, that's just sort of flavor. So you can it's not going to affect the ability of the blade or anything like that, but it's just, something that you have that is now that's what it looks like, right? So now you can add the flavor any way that you so desire. But if it ever gets stolen, at least you know what it looks like.
Yep. I'm getting a parsing error failed to fetch.
Really?
When I try to import my character.
All right, let me do it, see what I get. It could be sometimes there's a token that I have to update. Yeah. Oh, I think maybe it's only set to import to me. Maybe I have to change the settings on there, but I'm updating it for you right now. Cool. All right.
Okay.
So your armor class is now 19.
Yep.
Breastplate, dexterity, shield, fighting style, defense, total 19. Cool. Yep, so it imported. So I think there's a settings thing I'm going to have to go modify. I think it might be set to Dungeon Master only, and I have to set it to player to let you guys do it.
Okay.
So apologize. So as far as weather, yes. So I actually have here, I have the Greyhawk calendar. So right now it's actually, I need to set it to the 21st. So you can see that it is now the readying. Is that correct? We have it? Yeah. Yep, readying. Common year 586, the month of readying, and the players can't see how to configure it, but they can actually see what the actual date is. But typically at the end of every game, I will update the date so we actually keep time going and stuff like that. So, yep, absolutely. So, you manage to, over the next couple of days, get your weapons and get your gear. Just make sure we take off the appropriate monies and add the appropriate stuff to our sheets. Monkey, just let me know what your list of items is. Like I said, add 10%, and then we'll figure out how much everything costs. That being said, over the next 2 days, Ragnar, you and Perviskro managed to locate the Historical Society, also called the Gesellschaft. And in the Gesellschaft, you are met by the individual that runs it. By the man's name is Heinz Martan. He goes by the name Meister. So Meister Heinz Martan. And he's an old fellow, probably in his late 80s. He has very, very thick glasses, or bifocals, if you will. His hair is extremely white and thinning, although he lets it hang down his back. He probably hasn't had it cut in months. His face is very clean shaven. However, his eyes are sort of a dark brown. He has a very bulbous nose that's red, maybe due to the fact that the glasses cut off the circulation and it's blocking the blood flow at the tip of his nose. You're not for sure. He has thick, meaty hands, but you could tell his hands are well cared for and manicured and soft. It doesn't look like he's done a real day's work in his life. And as you sort of step in and come into the museum, he goes, if you're wishing to browse around, is 1 copper piece, please. Donate into the box there as you come in the alms box.
Well, that's a lot of money. As Ragnar puts a copper down.
Okay. Yeah.
Like it's not gonna break his wallet, but this is the road.
Yeah. So
I'm gonna.
Go
I
ahead.
was gonna walk up to the Meister. Hello.
Good day to you, Sir Dwarf. I am Meister Heisman Martin. I am the purveyor of all that you see here. If you have any question, you'd come to me, okay?
Well, I'm Ragnar Stormhelm.
It's
I
good to
have a
meet you.
question for the Historical Society, it seems, because you might know more information about what a relic I found.
Oh, you have found a relic. You wish to sell to a museum? We have much room. We can put your name with a little placard, and you are for all posterity, those who donated to this great cause.
I can't say necessarily donations because there was a caveat to the relic.
There's
they
always
want-
a caveat.
They wanted me to return it to the family. The problem is I cannot find the family, and you might know more about them.
Perhaps this is true, but I will help you any way that I may. But since you have made donation, of course I help you all that I can.
Puts a gold in the box.
As you see that he sort of pulls the glasses down and he squints a little bit and he gets this little crooked smile and his teeth are sort of like yellowed and some missing and whatnot. Looks like an age-old fellow. As he sort of smiles, he goes, "Now you are speaking the language of love. Come with me,
This is
my
the
friend."
language of dwarf, as far as I'm concerned.
As he leads you into the interior of the building to a small sitting table, he goes, "So, tell me what is you wishing to find here today?"
I'm trying to track down the Gross-Milton family. Or Gross-Milton family.
Gross-Milton, that name rings a small bell, but a very teeny bell in the back of my brain. Wait, we must go to do search. Come, we go look at books. Okay, come. As he leads you into a back room where there's sort of this little, I don't want to say a trail, but there's a walking path through the various items and whatnot that make up this one-story museum. It's a 2-story structure, but the museum itself is on the first floor. Assumedly, the upstairs is a office and or living quarters. As he sort of leads you through, and there's a bookshelf with like several old books, and he begins to pull one. I goes, da, I knew I had heard this name before. And he pulls out this book, and he goes, this book was written almost 100 years ago. Can't you believe is what good shape this is? And you see that it's a well-made sort of leather and cloth kind of binding. The vellum pages in there are all still look to be, for the most part, the binding isn't split, right? It looks like it to be in very good shape, but you can tell it's old. And along the spine of it, you can read, it says, "A Deep and Creeping Darkness" is the name of the book. Now, they say this is a story of fiction, but many say a story true. You should read story. Tell me what you think, okay?
Okay, as I take the book, I hand it to Perisco to read to me.
So, perusing through the book, first of all, for those of you that are able to get out on Forge, I've created a journal entry, and I'm to change permissions, and I'm going to give you guys all limited permissions to see it. So, if you go across the top of the, if you open up your right-hand navigation at the very top, if you go across 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the sixth one in is the journal entries, and I'm going to read it just so everybody can hear it. A deep and creeping darkness tells the tale of a mountain village whose residents went missing over the course of several months. The book presents a series of vignettes allegedly collected from those who were there, survivors, traveling merchants, and second-handed accounts, residents of nearby settlements. It's unclear whether it's a fictional tale, folklore, or true history. The content seems factual, but the language is extravagantly dramatic. Vermilion, established after settlers discovered a rich vein in a mountainside, did a booming business in both raw ore and refined metal for about a decade. Due to the rough terrain and the harshness of the climate, the village never really grew large. It intermittently hosted a succession of traveling merchants who came to the village for a week or two, sold and traded their wares, then left again. The nearest civilized settlement was 3 days' ride on horseback down the mountainside. The inhabitants named in the book include Mayor Lee Grossmilden, a kind and talented dwarf smith named Tormund, and his wife Blennis. So apparently the mayor was this Grossmilden family, and there was also a dwarf in the story by the name of Tormund, and the dwarf's wife was named as Blennis, or perhaps the mayor's wife name was Blennis. It's not really clear as you're reading it. Over 70 years ago, an explosion rocked the copper mine, collapsing the tunnels and burying workers under tons of rubble. Some 60 miners were underground that day. Over 30 of them died in the initial collapse, and the instability of the tunnels made rescue of the others slow and dangerous. The miners who survived the collapse were trapped for days or weeks before they were rescued, or they perished in the deep, alone and terrified. 16 came out alive, 11 were never found again. In the wake of the catastrophe, another horror began to plague the village as people began to disappear, starting with the survivors. Not all at once, however. 1 or 2 would vanish in a single night, then a 10-day might pass before the next disappearance. These unexplained disappearances terrified the remaining miners. After all the survivors either disappeared or fled, other villagers began to vanish. The villagers tried to protect themselves by sleeping with weapons and taking shifts on watch, but nothing changed. Traveling in groups didn't help, since a companion might vanish while even briefly out of sight of his friend. With no one willing to keep the mine open and the disappearances leading to fears that Vermilion might be cursed, merchants and other travelers just stopped visiting the village. The end of the patchwork story claims that the village is still there somewhere, though whether anyone inhabits it is still a mystery. The volume's writer muses over the decline of the village, speculating about the fate of its inhabitants. They wonder whether it could have been worth hiring adventurers to see if anything remains of the village. Particularly, it says platinum, but it should be copper ore. Sketched on the back of the last page is a rough map of the village's location with directions from the closest mountain town called Vostrin. And if you look on the current map that you are on, Vostrin is directly east at the base of the mountains of the Klatspurs. And with that is where we're going to end our session for tonight, as our party has learned of a strange fate of the town of Vermilion. Nestled in the mountains in the base or somewhere in the Klatspurs, something strange happened to this town, or perhaps nothing strange at all, just the town was eventually abandoned. However, this Grossmilden family apparently stems from that location. Is it worth a look? Only the party can say. But you're going to have to wait till next time on episode 21 of Perrenland Adventures. Thank you guys for joining us tonight. Players, I hope tonight was worth the effort. A little bit of RP, a little bit of combat. Hopefully it whet your appetite for things to come. And I do want to highlight that you guys are very close to leveling. I won't tell you how close, but you're close to leveling. So hopefully you'll join us for episode 21. For everybody out there in chat, if you have never joined us before, this is where we always switch to the after party. The after party is literally what I used to do at every one of my D&D games, especially when I held them here in the house. After the game, players would just kind of hang out for a little bit, and we'd shoot the breeze, maybe have a drink. A lot of times you can ask Perviscro or Nilo, who are my face-to-face gamers. We would have dinner before the game started. My wife would cook for them and stuff, so I like to keep that tradition going. Sometimes players can stay, sometimes players cannot stay, but if you want to join us, you are more than welcome to. If you go to our About page, find our Discord link, hit our Discord, and get into the open chat on Discord. Right now we're in the 5e game, the 5e game chat, but when we go for the after party, we always switch over to the open channel. So I'm going to switch over there right now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I am now in the open channel. I see that Ragnar has joined me, and I am going to switch us over to the after party. And here we are in the after party. I hope you guys can join us. I hope everybody out there enjoyed the game tonight. I thought it was relatively fun. There were a few hiccups here and there. We always seem to have technical, but as I've explained over and over for followers of this stream, that's the quality entertainment you can come to expect. You come to our, if you come expecting Critical Role type production quality, you're going to be sadly mistaken. We're a shit show, and so we are proud of it. So we just come in and have ourselves a good time. But hopefully you'll come back and see us. If you are just following our stream, we stream 5th edition every other Friday. We do a 1st edition game every Monday, so we will be streaming this upcoming Monday. We were off last Monday due to Valentine's Day. But yeah, man, so I'm glad you guys could can hang out with us. Hopefully you'll see us many more days to come. If you haven't clicked that follow button, please do so. If you want to really show love, feel free to hit that subscribe button. Every dime that I make off of this stream goes right back into the stream. I'm saving for a couple of things now. I got myself my new light going on. Next up is going to be a nice new camera so I can get a little more high def, so you can see my pretty face in high def. We could do zoom ins and stuff like that, man. We can have a good time. So anyway, just trying to build it out just a little bit, give a little bit better content. Players, good, bad, indifferent? How you feel? I know that that Desmond probably could not stay. He's usually one that has to bail out. So
he said so in the chat.
Yeah, okay. I did not see. Yeah, I don't see. So
in the general chat.
Gotcha. Okay. Night, everyone. All right, cool. Yeah, and I knew that. I kind of figured that Jacob wouldn't be able to go, but Jacob might be listening out on the stream out there. So, Jake, if you're still out there, man. If you're still out there, dude, hopefully you'll be back next week and you can be a little more involved so I don't have to roll for you. And I'm really hoping that Pavisco, it's been a while since I've had a stream where I didn't have to play one of the characters. It really has. It's gotten to be like, dang,
that's
man.
not true. You played Figley.
Well,
like,
that's what I'm
yeah, you went one session without having to play.
That's what I'm saying. It's been a while since I've been able to play a game without having to play at least one character. So, and on my 1st edition game, which Adam, who plays Perviscro, he has hirelings. And so when he's not there, I have to play him and his hirelings. And that got to be a pain, but he actually ended up dropping out of our 1E game. He doesn't have time for that. And so I'm hoping he'll just keep focusing on the 5th edition game. But anyway, so what'd you think? A decent enough story tonight? Kind of give you guys a little bit of where to go.
I'm still working my way into draft for the most part. I don't know like a lot of NPCs or anything, so I'm not as a popular person as Milo is. So I'm working at it though.
I can tell you though, the party is only known a couple of, right? So they know. And the whole reason is that at the beginning, Hyacinth, who is Kaylee, she was one of our original players who got a job. The fuck's wrong with her? She got a job and could no longer play with us. It was kind of funny because I had Nilo, who's Jacob. I had Paviscro, who's Adam. I had Hyacinth, who is Kaylee, and I had Figley, who is Austin. Now, they weren't all original players. Only Nilo and Hyacinth were the original players, but now Nilo's the only original one left. But anyway, those were all my face-to-face players. Figley's my son, right, Austin. And so I had to drop him because he can't play on Fridays. He can, but he has to be at work at like 4 o'clock in the morning on Saturday. And that means he's up at 3. So he's like, Dad, I can't game till 11:30, 12 o'clock, and then turn around and get up and go to work. I said, totally fine. So I pulled him out, but I didn't drop him. I still have him in the game. So if he ever wants a chance to play, I can at least drop him in the game. He can play. Same thing with Hyacinth. I still have her. I don't have her dropped from the game. I just have her off to the side, so we don't use her. But whenever she comes back, if she comes back, we can just drop her in the game. Because I will always have a slot open for my face-to-face players because we had such a good time. So anyway, they have been to Traft a few times. Hyacinth, when she was in, her backstory was basically that before the wars or during the wars, she was a monk. Her temple got destroyed during the war, and so they were all move off in different directions, and she reconnected with a former school chum who is now running a small shrine dedicated to Farlingen within the city of Traft. And it's called the oh my God, there's something for the Wanderer. I know it. It's
the one that Nilo has been looking for. The
yes.
Wanderer.
Yeah. So it's the reprieve of the Wanderer, and so it's just a little like shack hut type of a thing that she's maintaining, dedicated to Farlingen and stuff. And so Hyacinth went there and knew her. So when Hyacinth left, she had left something for Nilo to give to the girl at the temple to Farlingen. And so that's what Nilo's looking for, to deliver that. They were in town twice, so they stayed at the same hotel or the inn twice. They never really learned the names of the owners, but I decided to drop, Mabel and her husband Dieter were the owners of the tavern/inn, so that at least now that they've been there, they're forming more connections to it, right? So in Christchurch, they know a lot more people because they've known people there. They were in town for a week or so while they were investigating all these murders, and they ended up killing the werewolf. That was their first big foray into this campaign. And so they know Christchurch, but then when they went to Traft, they were only there a couple times, and that was just as part of the different expeditions to find the pieces of the sturgeon blood totem. And once they got all the pieces of the sturgeon blood totem, then they went to destroy it, right? So that, like I said, they've been in Traft a few times, so they've met a few people. But like Tarikas just met this Farth guy, Farth the Boar, as he calls himself, who is from Blackmore. And so he just met him. They do know the priest of the Temple of Pelor, because when they first came to town, one of the girls, Erin Gilly, was bitten and she was afflicted with lycanthropy, so they brought her to the church for remove curses. And so they dropped her off there at the church and let the church handle that while they went out and did the totem thing. And then, of course, they met the guild magi in the course of doing the job for the totem, right? So you are behind them in the sense that they've been here a couple times and this is your first time, but it's really just like any other city, right? There's a port, there's a keep. In this case, Traft is actually a recruiting center for Pax Mercury, as well as a training center for the Auschwiggen. So the Auschwiggen, they've got like the 2nd, 3rd, 4th Auschwiggen. Each one does different things, but basically the Auschwiggen is the standing army. The Pax Mercury are the famed regiments of mercenaries, right? So you might as well call them a standing army, but they go out in the name of Perrenland and they serve other countries. So other countries will get hold of Perrenland rulers and say, "Hey, we need an army," and they'll spin up the Pax Mercurii and send them across the way. But the standing army stays here to help defend Perrenland and fight wars on the borders of Perrenland, as opposed to going out and fighting all over the world like the Pax Mercurii do. And so everybody here, for the most part, Perviskro was, Nilo was, everybody else prior to you guys. Ragnar was not, although Ragnar was. He was part of the Pax Mercurii, right? Or was he again? I forget if he was.
I was a part of the armies that were fighting off the invaders
so,
in the north.
Yeah, but so you were part of the Auschwitz, whereas Nilo was more of the Pax Mercurii, fighting and whatnot to keep the borders free of Ayus and his armies and stuff like that. Desmond, I'm not 100% sure of Desmond's backstory off the top of my head as far as where he's from or what his background was. Perviskro was actually from down south who found his way up to the north. He was sort of escaping some of the more, what's the word I'm looking for, tyrannical sects of the wizards guilds and stuff that were down there, and so he decided to flee north with some of the knowledge that he gained from them, and he joined the Pax Mercurii as well, and he fought not quite where you guys were. He was more down south in the Shield Lands, off to the east a little bit, and then he made his way back to Perrenland after the wars, just to sort of see what's what and make his way in the world and whatnot, and so just sort of met up with you guys and stuff. So anyway, so everybody's tied to the armies in some way, shape, or form. So I think it works. I think Tarikas is the only one that I haven't seen as having a backstory, but Monkey never puts backstories together. Monkey just says, "Monkey go eat."
Monkey destroy.
Yeah,
Monkey, you were just a medic. There you
exactly.
go. You're a medic in the army.
Exactly.
You know what's funny is I got the highest stats of my fighters.
Yeah.
It's like, and I almost died around thinking I was a fighter. I was in my armor class. I was trying to get in position to kill those goblins, like get them surrounding me so I could use that radiant, but
yeah,
almost died trying.
That's how it would be, though. That's why I'm the tank and not you.
Oh, I know, but I got a pretty high armor class.
That's true. And, I think we all do, because Vskro decided to take a level in fighter so he can wear heavy armor as a wizard.
Wow. Well, I know in first edition, if you wear armor, it affects your spells.
Yeah, it doesn't in 5e, sadly. There's no arcane failure chance.
Yeah, no. That's one. There's a few things that are like, eh. All right. So, what are we going to talk about now? We got a little bit of time. I was looking through the different channels on who I want to raid tonight.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm interested. I would like to ask you though, where did you say on this map you were talking about? So I was looking at the map again, and I was like, where is it?
Yeah, if you see where you guys are in Traft,
yeah,
you literally go straight to the right until you get to the mountains, and you'll see a little town called Vostrin.
Let me see where we're at. Keep going to
straight out of Vostrin.
Oh, I see Vostrin now. Okay.
Yep. So
it's very close where we just were. Or wait, no.
No, because if you see on the map, Christchurch is straight south of you guys. So you go straight south is Dagavok, and then you go over to the right a little bit, you'll see Christchurch. I just clicked on the map.
I thought we were closer to the Gnome Village, but I actually don't remember which one it is.
No, the Gnome Village is actually up here. It's actually off the map to the south. So right here in the middle of the mountains off to the south, it's actually
it's down there.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah, I thought it was like up here near like Coatesmorth. Coatesmorth. I'm like,
no.
Did we just pass it? No. I'm half expecting to get attacked by a drow raiding party when we go there. Not even a part of the monster that was causing the issues. We just get attacked by the enemies we unleashed. Because we're getting close to the mountain range again.
Yep. Okay, where let me clear
You're a
this all
doctor. Explain how this rider exists.
out. Chick. So anyway,
Listen, man, I've played a cleric before. Their main thing is just carrying a mace around to give a vibe check.
hey Troy, how you doing, man? It's the after party. The party spent a little bit of time in Traft, did a little bit of research, a little bit of poking around, found out some interesting, cool shit about this signet ring that they found in their last adventure, and potentially it could lead them into a new adventure. So we're gonna have to check and see what's going on, man. Appreciate you stopping by, dude. Appreciate you stopping by. As usual, we had a shit show of technical stuff, but at least tonight it wasn't all me. So,
Man, at least you didn't keep
shit
critting as the
happens.
goblins.
What's that?
At least you didn't keep critting as the goblins.
That was pretty funny. I was like, damn,
They
not
were
only did I
rolling
crit,
really well.
not only did I
goblins.
crit, but I crit damage too. I was like, damn, I max damage and the crit. That's pretty awesome. I like that.
Yeah, I was expecting goblins can be really scary if you make half of them range and they just have like a spear front line. They get
Agomrin,
really
you're here for a
scary
test.
quickly. What?
I have to give Agomrin a test. Hang on, don't go anywhere, Agomrin. I need to see something here. I want to see if I don't know if this is going to work because I couldn't get it to work earlier, but I'm going to try now. I am going to
What's up, Joy? What's up, Ang?
I am
How
going
y'all
to say,
doing?
all right, the GM is requesting a Gomerin to roll. Type GM 1d20 and see if it rolls for you. I don't know if it will. I wasn't getting it to work tonight, but we're going to check and see if. Yeah, see, it doesn't do it. It's like if you do roll roll 1d20, it'll roll. But the default is supposed to be GM. So because I don't want it to do roll, see? And the other thing is that roll only shows on the chat. It doesn't roll the dice, right? It'll show up in my chat here on my Twitch chat. It'll show that you got a 16, but I want it to roll the damn dice. So now I got to figure out, when I go back to my settings, the module settings, I set it for default of GM. So I don't know. I wonder if, it's not, I know that it's not, that's what I'm looking for, case specific, because if I reset to defaults, it'll say that. So, but if I put roll in there, but that doesn't make roll, I can't tell. Yeah, see, it didn't even do it for the capital either. So I don't know what's going on. Maybe if I have to do GM. Let's do that. Now try it again. GM. Maybe it'll work. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out why it's not, because remember the other night, Agamer, it was doing it. I would do it and it would roll the dice. I'm like, yeah. But now all of a sudden it's not. So it's like it's a crapshoot on this one. But I could still send a message out to people to have them say, hey, roll the dice for me. And if so they can still, like I said, for those that have been following us for a while, for 5,000 now, it used to be 3, but I bumped it to 5,000. You can buy a nat 1 or a nat 20 for the party, but now for 10,000 you can actually roll the dice for them. So as far as I'm concerned, when it's somebody's roll, whenever you turn in that 10,000 and we see it, the next roll that person has is yours. So you have to be in chat to do it. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to. But I think it's be pretty cool. So if somebody says, hey, I want to roll the next Perviscro attack roll, and so, sorry, dude, they get to roll for you. And I'll see how the players like that as they start getting like critical failures and stuff. Yeah, I don't know what's up with it, Agamer. I'm gonna have to go back. I may have to uninstall and reinstall it. There might be conflicting modules or something too. I don't know. That's just all speculation on my part, but we'll figure it out. But at least I got it in there where we can do it now. So, like, I can go in, I can clear chat. Clear chat. Yeah, I agree. 10,000, it's going to be pretty rare for people to want to do that. All right. So that somebody has to be pretty. However, I think roulette now, if you go ! roulette, and then put a number of coins, let's say ! roulette 500, you just bet 500 tokens on a roulette. And if you win, you get 500 more tokens. So you potentially could build yourself to 10,000 really quick because it works with your stream tokens. For those that saw, yep. Oh no, you lost 50, so now you're down to 73.65. But you can lose them too. So, to be honest, I have yet to see anybody win, so I don't know what the rules are for winning. So I'll have to go double check that. But that's something that's built into Twitch. I didn't do that. That's like a built-in script. So I'll have to check it out. But it's that one, and then there's the 8-ball. So you go ! 8-ball, ask a question, and it'll do the old 8-ball answer for you, which is kind of fun. Yeah, I have 8966 according to Twitch. Yeah, so I don't know where they get their number from, dude. I don't know. Maybe they just grab shit out of the air and just magically make it. So who knows? See, don't ask that. Yep, and I think you can do, instead of spelling out, you can just say 8-ball. You just say the number 8, ! The number 8, and then ball, it'll do it too. So yeah, so just adding some things on there, a couple extra things. There's one more, socials. You go ! Socials, because I'm going to be getting rid of the automated, hey, here's our Twitter, here's our whatever. If you just do ! Socials, it'll show you all of our, even though there's only 2 of them right now, it's our YouTube and Twitter. So it'll show you our links there. So slowly but surely learning some of these things. I'm going to be getting some new badges and some new emoticons, so you can have different emotes and stuff. That's one of the things I want to add to the stream. Started making some of my own, and then I'm also probably going to buy some, so we can just have so basically like shout out. Yeah, exactly. So I'm just trying to add it so people can do shit and whatnot. So yep. Might get rid of those those emotes are the ones that Adam made for me, Perviscro, but I'm gonna probably go get buy the professional ones. I wish they had the ones that I really liked, but who knows? Maybe I'll pay somebody to make me some custom ones out there or something. But anyway, let's try to figure out somebody that we can. I don't want to hold everybody. There's not like a bunch of people hanging out there. There's only a couple of us, but let's go ahead and pop over to Darling Creep Show. She's my go-to of choice. Everybody else has like 70, 80 people that they're watching and whatnot, but she's only got a few. So let's see. Go down. Is she still on? Oh yeah. Oh, looks like somebody may have rated her because she just bumped up. So we're gonna do 2. We only got like 4 or 5 people, so no big deal. Once again, I do appreciate everybody hanging out with us. Spartan, you and Monkey Man, I definitely appreciate you putting in the time and effort tonight. Hopefully next week we'll have a full contingent of folks that we can game with.
Next week.
No, not next week, but the week after.
Yeah.
I
You know what I
appreciate the gold and the +5 Holy Avenger Mace. Yeah.
Yeah, whatever. You and your mace, whatever, dude.
It costs 100 gold for a silver item.
Oh, 100 gold for a silvered item?
You were saying add 10% to that too?
So whatever the cost of an item that you want to buy is, add 10%. There's this inflation at the post-war inflation in Perrenland. So everything's 10% more than the book.
Ring, right?
What's that?
The same with the silver ring cover or whatever.
So the silver ring is whatever the cost of the item is plus 10%, then add an additional flat 10 gold to have it silvered.
Oh, okay, good. That's cheaper.
Yeah, it's a little cheaper.
Yeah, it's 100 gold for.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, I'll let you go this time. Next time it'll be 100, but this time I told you 10, so we'll leave it 10. So there's a lot of things in the book that I don't remember off the top of my head.
I'm going by 5e tools. I'm assuming it's the same as the book. But
Yeah,
just
that's fine.
Book stuff.
Yeah, that's fine. Yep. So we'll do that. So anyway, we're going to raid over to Darling Creep Show. I do appreciate everybody that hung out with us tonight. It was a light stream, I think. I think at most we had like maybe 12 people or so, but it's 12 more than are watching some other streams. So I appreciate you guys hanging out with us all night. For those that are continual followers like you, Agamran, man, definitely feeling the love. You, Troy, feeling the love that you guys show every time you show up, even if it's just for 5 minutes, man. It's nice to know that people are out there paying attention to what we're doing. So we have a good time. And tonight's episode was pretty interesting. Our party has a lead on the signet ring that they found within the Caves of Silence. Now they're going to maybe, if they decide to, go check out the investigation of a disappearing town. Is it still there or is it not? Are the mines still there or are they not? So it's definitely going to be interesting to see. But in the meantime, remember, in a world where you can be anything that you want, all we ask is that you be kind. We will see you guys in 2 weeks. And if you follow the 1E stream, we'll see you Monday. And give us a second. We're getting ready to head over to Darling Creep Show. Hopefully she'll appreciate us coming over.
You need a raid emote.
Yeah, I do. I need to. Looks like we got 3 or 4 people going over. Very small, but that's okay. Well, we are not big, but we are quality. So we'll see you guys next time.
Hello. Thank you for the raid. Thank you. Thank you for the shout out, Wolf.
See you guys. It was a good night.
All right, brother. We'll see you next time.
Boogers. What's up, boogers? We're painting some D&D miniatures tonight. Very specifically painting this gallows. We're back on this gallows because I want to beat it. It's like a game now. And